Let me just tell. Hold on a second. Ms. Kippenbrock?
Yeah. How are you? Oh, sorry, I cannot hear you.
Ms. Kippenbrock, can you
Yes,
hear
now,
me?
yes. Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe you could help me. I sent the link to my expert, and she said, tell
Are
Ms.
you talking about the Zoom link?
Yeah, I sent her the Zoom link, and it says, what does it say, Wilma?
It says it asks for my email and then it asks for a password. I entered my email, but I don't know the password.
I sent you that password 564926.
564926.
Yeah, see if that works.
Incorrect email or password. Can you give me an email?
Is Ms. Kippenbrock, should I give her the meeting ID for the email?
To try that, it
Okay.
could be her. Okay.
It could be what? Tell me what you said.
Well, it could be maybe a wrong password for her email.
But why is it asking for her email?
I don't know. She's does she have an account with Zoom?
Do you have a Zoom account, Wilma?
No, I do not.
She doesn't.
Okay. Let me see here.
Hold on one second.
Sure.
Let me see something here. Well, she does not need to have a Zoom account to participate. As long as she uses the invitation I sent her, she should be able to log in.
So the link that you sent around,
it's the same one that everybody's using, and she should be able to log in with just clicking on the link.
okay. Try again to click on the link and tell us what you see. X out of what you have right now.
And it says,
okay, so she says she sees something that says launch meeting, open Zoom meeting.
Well, then she needs to open Zoom meeting.
Okay, so open, press open.
okay, nothing's happening. Then should I do launch meeting?
Try launch, yes.
Okay, try launch.
And that brings me to sign in to join this meeting.
It says sign.
With commercial Zoom account, and I do not have a commercial Zoom account.
Did you hear that, Ms.
Yeah, I heard. I really don't know what's going on. Let me try something else. Just a minute.
Okay.
Good morning, Miss Nancy.
Good morning, Mr. Lee. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you too. You had quite the quite the challenge yesterday.
Yes, it was very challenging. I find these hearings are always challenging all by themselves.
Yeah, I'm sure. But that was a particularly tough exchange.
Yes, it was tougher than it needed to be, but that which doesn't kill us makes us stronger.
I like that attitude. I think I need that written on in my office here.
So I did enjoy yesterday that every time Gould said he was going to slow down, he got faster.
You're so fast.
It
I
was
don't
like
know if he,
it
I
was
don't
You
know.
know what?
amazing.
His words were blending together. That's why I was interrupting. But I have to tell you, in my career, which spans almost 40 years now, somebody who naturally talks fast just cannot slow down.
No, they swear they're going to, and they do not.
Yeah, they'll slow down for a minute or a paragraph, but that's about it.
Can't do it. They just cannot do it.
Well, I even noticed that with your witness too. Not as bad as Aaron though. I think that there was also that guy, who was it?
Barkley,
Yeah, Barkley.
he was quick. He was quick.
And
Have
you
I
know,
done something to you, Mr. Dome?
Have I what?
Have I done something to you to give me Mr. Barkley? I am teasing, of course.
I know you are. I know you are. No, you did not. You've been no, that was not your fault.
but the other funny thing is that, I think it's that we're just human actually, and we want to we want to connect, and so then what happens is that people talk over each other all the time, and
Yes.
it's the way that we are, but not trials are. And when you're in person and you're doing a trial, okay, there's like some better understanding, but with Zoom it's like, already you're just talking over each other.
I'll be back.
Miss Kippenbrock, what if my witness dialed in?
She sent me a Zoom link and I pressed that. And now I'm to the point where this is a commercial Zoom link and they asked me for my email and my password.
Yeah, I know. But
If she dials in, we won't have her likeness, but we'll have her voice.
yeah, I'm wondering.
That's not a decision I can make.
No, of course not. But I'm like so concerned, obviously. Though, you know what? I'm wondering if we hung up. I don't even know how to get on Zoom on my phone, so forget that. Unless Tom says he doesn't want to cross-examine her.
Nancy, can you call me on my phone, please?
Yeah, okay, let me hang up with you, Ms. Subra, and let me call, and I'll call you back, okay?
Me, you
Yeah,
call
yeah,
me back.
I'll call you back. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Could
5
you,
7
yeah, tell me your number?
505-690-4191.
Tell me 69049.
4191.
Okay.
Morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, that
So I understand we're not on the record yet. My understanding is we're having trouble connecting New Energy Economy's witness. Is that right?
Yes, good morning. I'm so sorry.
Good morning. That's probably because she doesn't have she doesn't have a Zoom account, right? So
Yes, sir.
this the pre-hearing order was issued when? It was issued a while back. This is something that quite frankly should have been addressed before the morning of the hearing. And I'm not inclined to just allow a connection by phone if there's not another way around it. And as you may know by now, Ms. Manasi, having spoken with Ms. Kippenbrock, perhaps that if you can find a Zoom account that you could use for your witness, that would be preferable. Is that possible? Does Mr. Dodd have one, or do whoever, whichever? Yeah,
New Energy Economy has a Zoom account.
unfortunately, it's already on.
Yeah, but
So why don't we move on? Can Vince, can we move on to the other witnesses? and see what we can do to get Ms. Suber on a little bit later this morning, whenever we can get her connection established via Zoom.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Is that
Thank
okay with you, Mr. Elliott?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, it is.
Thank you.
I I just was dealing with some errata stuff for the testimony to make sure that our testimony reflected the changes that had previously been submitted.
Right.
How would you like me to handle that as far as?
Um, that you were out yesterday. I hope you're
Yes.
feeling better.
I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah, not better, but here. I know the feeling. But and I'm sorry you were ill. And perhaps still are. So the way we were dealing with it was to go ahead and submit to me. Staffs, Mr. Blacks, if you looked in Dropbox, your amended testimony is now in there in the Dropbox folder.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. WRAs, Ms. Beatles is about to be placed in Dropbox, so please make the corrections and then submit the corrected testimony to the Dropbox folder by no later than the end of the hearing if possible.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And that's for all three witnesses or one or some subset?
Well, it will be for all three witnesses. For Mr. Leon, it's just a typographical correction. Page numbers stopped at page 4, so they show page 4 on all 34 pages.
Okay. Well, yeah, just please make sure that the changes are made. And I'll make sure that they get into Dropbox. Just please email me the amended testimony.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And we have Mr. Rosencrantz in. So are there any other preliminary matters before we go on the record? Okay. So before we do, hopefully we can find Ms. Subra can borrow somebody's Zoom account. And I know New Energy Economy is working on that. And in the meantime, we're going to move to the Attorney General's witnesses, who frankly would have testified yesterday had we not had the unavoidable absence. So with that, let's go on the record. Morning, Mr. Lee.
Good morning.
All right, thank you. Good morning. This is the final day of hearings in this CCN application case number 22-00309-UT. We are moving now to accept the testimony and have cross-examination potentially of the witnesses for the Attorney General. Mr. Elliott, would you please call your first of three witnesses?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, Attorney General calls John Rosencrantz.
I admitted Mr. Rosencrantz. Mr. Rosencrantz, can you put your video panel on, please? Can't testify unless we can see you. That's also in the pre-hearing order, by the way. I do have Mr. Rosencrantz admitted. Does he have a camera?
He does. spoken to him face to face a number of times. Contacting him right now.
Thank you.
Judge,
Mr. Lee,
off the record, our firm has a second commercial account. I don't know how to send it to her, but if that's needed, perhaps we can do that.
thank you, Mr. Lee. Um, do you know what the issue is, Mr. Elliott?
Contacting him right now.
I show him as well. I have the participant list here, and I right before when it was apparent we were going to have to switch over to your witnesses, I admitted him. What about your next witness?
Ms. DeLeon, she's in the process of calling Mr. Rosenkrantz, but I know that
Okay.
she's available.
Okay. Well, we're hunting for witnesses this morning.
Yeah.
Did Ms. Nanadi, were you able to come up with the Zoom account to,
Well,
or she could have maybe just done it in real time, created her own account. It takes about 5 minutes, right?
well, Mr. Dodd, I don't know. I can't be worried about that right now. I'm sorry, but I thought that it would be as simple as me pressing the link. Mr. Dodd is creating an account and sending it to her, and hopefully this is going to happen really shortly. So thank you. I am deeply this has never happened to me before. You know that. I am so sorry.
Well,
Deeply sorry. I'm deeply sorry. Hopefully this will get worked out very quickly.
well, frankly, I know the problem, and I've mentioned it before, maybe not in this audience, but when we click, we do not uncheck the allow only authenticated users in, and that's because of obviously the concern over uninvited crashers, if you will, causing problems.
I have been there when that has happened before.
Yeah. So if anyway, that box remained checked, obviously. So that's why you need to have an account.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, Mr. Rosenkrantz he dropped off and he logged back in. He was saying that he was having some technical difficulties. But Mr. Leon is ready and Ms. Crane is also available here now as well. So
all right. Please start with Ms. De Leon.
Okay, sure. Good morning. Attorney General calls Dr. Sol De Leon.
Good morning.
Good morning. Ms. De Leon,
Just a
may the
moment. I
witness
need
be
to swear the
sworn?
witness. I need to swear the witness. Ms. De Leon, will you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter of opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So
Hello. Did I lose you?
I just need an answer to the oath?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. DeLeon. Do you have what has been marked as New Mexico Attorney General Exhibit number 3 in front of you?
Yes.
And would you please identify that for me?
It's my direct testimony on behalf of the New Mexico Office of the Attorney General.
And was this testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes.
And I understand that you have some minor corrections. Can you please briefly describe those?
Yes, it's a typographical error related to pagination. So it stopped at page 4. So the rest of the pages from 5 onwards are tagged as page 4.
Okay. And if I asked you the questions presented here and answered today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'd like to move into evidence what is marked as NMAG 3, Exhibit 3.
Any objection? Hearing none, New Mexico Attorney General Exhibit 3 is admitted.
And I tender the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Mr. Heavily or Mr. Dome, which one of you are up?
It's going to be me, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Good morning, Mr. Heavily.
Good morning, sir.
Do you have any questions for Dr. De Leon?
I have a few minutes of questions, if you would indulge.
Of course.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Dr. De Leon.
Good morning.
Would you please turn to your direct testimony? And I'm looking at page 3, lines 8 through 11. Do you see those?
Eight to 11. Yes.
Yes. And the question is, please summarize your primary conclusions, and your answer starting on line 9 has the first conclusion, and it says federal and state climate policies and market developments are driving an energy transition that adds uncertainty to the gas.
I'm sorry, market developments.
My apologies, Mr. Lee. Market developments are driving an energy transition that adds uncertainty in the gas utilities assumptions regarding customer growth and gas demand. Is that correct?
Yes.
Dr. De Leon, do you believe that it is prudent for any commission to approve long-term significant investments in a gas utility system?
You know what? I lost you for a moment there. Do you think it's prudent for a utility commission to
approve
Yep,
investment?
Gotcha.
Long-term investments.
Long-term investment. Yes.
So you do believe that that's prudent?
It is prudent if the appropriate analysis has been conducted to prove that the long-term infrastructure investment or CapEx is needed.
As part of that analysis, are you saying that the commission should be considering any future climate change legislation in determining whether long-term gas infrastructure investments should be approved?
Yes, it should be considered as part of the analysis.
Thank you, Doctor. Moving to page, what I have is 7 of your direct testimony,
Okay.
line 9 through 12. Let me know when you get there.
Can I ask for a favor? Can you see the number of the footnote that's at the page? Because my pagination isn't.
I believe it is 6 and 7 that I see on the bottom of those pages.
Okay.
And footnotes. And
Yep.
and I will try. If you have any questions about the pagination where I'm at, please feel free to ask. I will do everything I can to make sure you and I are on the same page.
Yep.
Page 4.
Okay.
Page 4 of 26.
Well, all of them are 4 of 26 at this point, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Oh,
Yeah, so that's why I said let's look at the footnotes, because
Okay.
footnote number.
Yes. So are you at that page where on line 10 there, or line 9, there's a question that says, are there any targets established at the federal level?
Yes.
Okay. And so on that page, line 10, you say that there are targets, and you say in 2021, the Biden administration established a new national economy-wide emission target reduction of 50 to 52% from the 2005 level by 2030 and net zero emissions by 2050. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. DeLeon, that is a target, correct?
Correct.
There isn't a law in the federal government requiring that, is there?
There is not a law, but what they have done is they have initiated incentives to move the market so that to try and achieve these targets.
Would you please now move to what I have is page 11, and I will tell you that on the bottom of that page is footnotes 20, 21, 22.
Okay.
Are you there?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. Line 10, the question starts, how is the state planning to achieve its decarbonization goals? And your answer is the New Mexico Climate Change Task Force will lay out action plans to achieve the state's decarbonization goals in a forthcoming report. Is that correct?
Correct.
That plan has not been released, has it?
Last I checked, it does not.
Would you please move to page 21, and that has footnotes 36 and 37 of your direct testimony.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Yep, I'm there.
Okay. On line 4, there's a question that says, what other supporting evidence did Witness Reed provide? And you have an answer. Witness Reed provided examples of recently constructed or recently approved LNG facilities. These include recently built LNG facilities in Washington State, North Carolina, Arizona, and Pennsylvania, plus proposed facilities in Utah, Georgia, Wisconsin, Rhode Island, and Minnesota, correct?
Correct.
And the next Q&A, starting on line 9, what is your response to this? The first two sentences are, the LNG facilities referenced were recently constructed or approved. These facilities were approved in the context of a specific state, location, and utility. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Isn't that exactly what is happening in this case? This is a specific state, New Mexico, correct?
Correct.
This is a specific location, correct?
Correct.
And it's a specific utility, New Mexico Gas Company, correct?
Correct.
So this commission is doing exactly what has happened in other states, correct?
The process, yes.
Excellent.
I would argue that the analysis needs to be similar to these other states.
On page 23, Dr. DeLeon, which I have as footnote 41 on the bottom.
Okay. Yep.
You have a discussion about stranded assets. Are you concerned that this will be a stranded asset, Dr. DeLeon, the LNG facility?
I think that it would be important to consider and analyze if there is a risk of it becoming a stranded asset.
And one of the reasons you're concerned about that and want the analysis is because you're concerned about climate change legislation. Is that correct?
I'm concerned about climate change legislation and market developments that would push homeowners towards electrification and therefore potentially reduce gas throughput.
Those are all the questions I have, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Haverly. Ms. De Leon, on those footnote 36, 37, that question Mr. Haverly asked you about the LNG facilities built in other states. I think your testimony was that words to the effect of, I'm looking on real time, but it's words to the effect that you said, I would agree that the analysis needs to be similar to these other states. Did you look at the analyses done in those other dockets? In those
I did
other
not.
states?
No, I did not look at it closely. What I did was I reviewed some of the orders and look at some of the quotations, summarizing the analysis that was done.
But that's not contained in your testimony, is it?
In line 19, I quoted the Wisconsin LNG project final decision.
Line 19, which page?
The page with footnote 36, 37.
And your position is that the gas company didn't do that sort of analysis?
I did not see the analysis in what they submitted.
Okay. Any redirect? Thank you, Dr. De Leon.
Am I excused?
No.
Oh, not yet. Sorry.
Not quite
Sorry,
yet.
Gideon.
Well, this was the same line of questioning I was going to go down. And specifically, Dr. De Leon, the analysis that you were looking at here that you reference, and for the record, I have it as PDF page 24 of 34 on NMAG Exhibit 3. And it starts at line 1 and goes through line 8. And you reference a scenario analysis?
Yes. So in the order, they quoted the analysis that was conducted and to evaluate the overall and economic benefit of the project. And it starts with a scenario analysis that considered alternative planning assumptions under different load growth scenarios, including low, base, and high growth rates, and a sensitivity analysis.
I'm sorry, including.
Sorry. So a scenario analysis that considered alternative planning assumptions under different load growth scenarios, including low, base, and high growth rates, semicolon, a sensitivity analysis that determined how different values of an independent variable, such as planning assumptions, affected the economic value that the project would provide.
And those scenarios, those are the type of scenarios that include different policy assumptions or prospective legislation?
It would contain the potential impact of legislation and policy.
That have yet to be enacted?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Did the other state commissions perform, did they require the same analysis, or did they perform other types of analysis.
Can you clarify the question? Sorry.
Did the other state commissions perform this particular discrete type of analysis, this three-part analysis, or were the analyses different?
I didn't do a deep dive, but my understanding is that different commissions would require different kinds of analysis.
Because different state commissions have different legal standards as well, probably.
I can't talk about I'm not certain about the legal standards, but there is a variety of requirements and an additional analysis that is required.
Do you know what legal standard the commission applies to CCNs in New Mexico for this type
No.
of a facility? Okay. Anything else, Mr. Elliott?
No, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
You're welcome. Dr. De Leon, thank you very much for your testimony. Greatly appreciate your testimony, and you are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would the Attorney General please call its next witness?
Yes. The Attorney General calls John Rosenkrantz.
I see the big J there.
Me too. And I know he's there. He was having difficulty getting his mute button to unmute.
I'm admitting him now. Even though I had a panel here for him, I'm admitting him again. Now I have two panels for him. One is unmuted, one is muted, but neither have pictures yet, video yet.
Morning, Mr. Rosenkrantz.
Mr. Rosenkrantz? There he is. Hi. I believe we can, yes.
Great. Mr. Rosenkrantz, you can hear me okay?
I can, thank you.
Okay.
I gotta swear to witness.
Yes, please do, Mr. Lee.
Mr. Rosenkrantz, will you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Rosenkrantz, good morning. Do you have what is labeled as an MAG Exhibit 2?
The direct testimony of John Rosenkrantz? Yes, I do.
Yes. Having identified it, was this testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
And we discussed earlier this morning before you may have joined, but we have some corrections to the testimony. Is that right?
We submitted, I believe, an amended testimony, yes, with corrections based on the company's errata.
Okay. Rather than, so all of the corrections are consistent with the revision submitted in the company's testimony, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if I asked you the same questions that are presented and answered in your testimony, if I asked you those questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would move to submit NMAG Exhibit 2, the direct testimony of John Rosencrantz.
There any objection? Hearing none, NMAG Exhibit 2 is admitted.
And I pass the witness.
Mr. Dome?
Good morning, Mr. Rosencrantz. How are you doing?
Fine, thank you.
Great. Mr. Rosencrantz, I'd like you to turn to page 2 of your testimony. And on that page, you say that your testimony, I'm on line 5. Your testimony, you say, this testimony examines the NMGC proposal from a resource planning perspective. Can you explain to me what that means?
Yes. My assignment for this case was to review the filing that had been made, the application, and look at that from the perspective of whether the company had done the type of analysis that one would expect to see a gas utilities conduct in order to get commission approval for a large facility project of this type.
So, Mr. Rosencrantz, have you ever designed an LNG facility?
No, sir.
Are you an engineer?
No, sir.
You're an economist.
That's my background, correct.
And so have you ever worked for a utility?
I have not worked for a gas distribution utility. I have done consulting with a firm that provided gas supply planning software and worked with many gas utilities in planning projects.
And a lot of people make a living as a consultant, and there's nothing wrong with that. But you've never worked in a utility itself in attempting to serve customers, correct?
Not directly, no.
Have you ever run an LNG facility?
No, sir.
Never operated an LNG facility?
No, sir.
So turning to page 17 of your testimony. You start to talk about facility design, do you not?
Yes.
And you say in there on lines 10 and 11, would it be possible to operate the LNG facility with less liquefaction capacity? And you say yes. And I'm confused as to how you could answer that without any experience in operating an LNG facility.
I don't think there's any question that from a physical operation standpoint, which it seems to be where you're going with this, that an LNG facility with 1 BCF of storage and less than 10 MMCF per day of liquefaction could be operated, and there are facilities like that operating throughout the country.
But did you, in making that answer, did you take into consideration the operational objectives that are explained in detail in Mr. Bullard's testimony and in Mr. Barkley's testimony, where they explained why a 10 MMCF per day liquefaction rate is important to the operational needs of the company as provided by this facility?
I certainly did review that testimony, and that's the testimony that I'm responding to. My perspective is to go back even one step farther, and where I think that my comments are directed is the company appears to be looking at the design of this facility from an operational perspective, assuming that the objective is to replace all of the Keystone storage service with an LNG facility. And my resource planning perspective is the question, how did you get there? How did you decide that the only reasonable alternative is to abandon all of your existing service and go to an LNG facility?
If that is the operating assumption, if the operating assumption is that we are going to replace Keystone with this, then you would agree that 10 MMCFs per day of liquefaction is a better option than 5, correct?
No, I don't. I think that's something that needs to be demonstrated. And that's what I see missing from the company's perspective. It may be true, but where is the analysis that shows how this operates with 10 MMCF per day,
Right.
and 5 MMCF per day, and compares the two?
Now, you will admit that the testimony of the company in this case does go into detail about why Mr. Bullard and Mr. Barkley made that determination, correct?
I see a lot. I beg to
That's
differ.
really a yes.
I
That's
don't
really a yes. That's really a yes or no question, Mr. Rosenmans. Is there a discussion of that in their testimony? Yes or no?
There is discussion saying that they, from an operational perspective, given the way they define their objectives, had made that determination, but
And
not
you're
an
not,
explanation of how.
I'm sorry, sir, your answer, the last part of your answer.
But not an explanation of how.
and I'm sorry I interrupted. I thought you paused and I took the pause as a chance to talk. But from an operations point of view, you have no operations basis to question the operational decision of these two gentlemen. Is that correct?
I don't agree with that. I think that operations is complementary with resource planning.
Okay.
And from a resource planning, you're looking at both the way you're operating this facility, what the cost of this facility is, and how it fits into the overall portfolio. And again, that's also missing.
Okay. One of the things that you say on page 19 of your testimony is that on line 12, I think it is, that NMGC appears to have designed the LNG facility to be able to actively cycle the LNG tank during the winter to try to recover some of the gas balancing capabilities that the company currently has at Keystone. And you indicate that that is not a reasonable position for the company to take, that they should not be able to cycle back and forth from liquefaction to vaporization as they propose, correct?
I wouldn't say that they shouldn't be able to do it. Again, I would be looking for the cost versus benefit of having that capability versus using another alternative.
So the concept of doing that in New Mexico for this facility, you agree with the idea that that is a viable way to operate this facility?
I don't have the experience in New Mexico to say whether it's viable or not viable, but whether the company's demonstrated that that is the best approach. Again, I'm not seeing that in the testimony.
You then continue on page 18 of your testimony and say that, in your opinion, page 18, line 16 or thereabouts, are all 3 vaporization trains needed? And you say no. Now, again, you've never designed an LNG facility, you've never operated an LNG facility, but you have determined that all 3 trains are not necessary. Is that correct?
I'm saying that an alternative would be to design this with and operate it with two of the vaporizers. And the basis for that view, if I could continue, is that unlike other LNG facilities that I'm familiar with, this one is not needed for design day supply to keep the system going. It's not a supply alternative. It's more of a price protection and reliability alternative.
And you're saying that even if it replaces Keystone?
First of all, again, I'm not convinced that's the right thing to do to get rid of Keystone. But even without Keystone, my understanding is the company has sufficient capacity to receive gas into its transmission systems from the interstate pipelines and from the San Juan Basin to
Let me ask you this.
Design day requirements.
What was the peak day usage in 2011?
I do not have that. I didn't look at that aspect of it.
So you don't know that number, and yet you're still able to render that opinion?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, based on what occurred, based on the fact that the company is operating now without an on-system LNG facility and is receiving gas from outside the system, even on the coldest days, to meet this requirement.
Do you believe that on-system storage is more reliable than off-system storage?
I believe I say that in my testimony. There are advantages to on-system storage.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Have you ever, are you familiar with the word redundancy?
Yes.
And so in the world of using that term, you cannot really dispute the idea that having 3 vaporization trains at 65 each and a design desire to be able to have ready access to 130 MMCFs per day for vaporization, that having 3 trains, one redundant, which not only backs up the ability to get to 130, but also allows you, when you need to get 195, that would not be beneficial to this company?
Again, the analysis that I would be looking for from a resource planning perspective is, does it provide an additional benefit that justifies the additional cost?
Right.
And that's what I keep asking the company to provide in this case.
And you're saying that in the hundreds of pages of testimony and backup and engineering plans and analysis of the gas supply needs for this, you're saying you did not find that in this case?
Correct. What I found was various references to 130,000 or 195,000, discussion of the fact that the third vaporizer is considered to be redundant or backup. And again, I'm used to seeing the need for redundant facilities when that facility is needed for design date supply, when you can't get enough gas off the pipelines, and the only way to keep the system operating is to be sure you have at least the 130.
Right.
And that's not the situation here, from my understanding.
You do not oppose LNG as a viable storage option, do you?
No, I do not.
I mean, you've supported LNG in the past, correct?
I have.
Yeah. On page 5 of your testimony, you state, do you not, that on page 5, I think at or about line 11, 12, and 13 of page 5, that NMGC routinely deals with relatively small supply shortfalls and has also experienced much larger gas supply losses during extreme cold weather events. The most recent event was Winter Storm Uri in February 2011. That's your testimony, correct?
Yes,
And it was that, as you describe it, that much larger gas supply loss during that extreme cold weather event that led to the order from the NMPRC that the company engage in this analysis and come up with a recommendation for storage, correct?
my reading is that they were supposed to look at alternatives, including storage.
That, yeah, and you've looked at that order, correct?
I did.
And subparagraph N of that order.
Correct.
And yeah, it says you'll do an analysis and you'll come up with a as they describe it, as a measures, potential measures, and specifically increased access to stored gas, including possible NMGC owned or controlled storage facilities that may be adopted to prevent a recurrence of this event and the potential for extraordinary gas expenses and curtailments to customers. So it was that very event that you cite on page 5 of your testimony that led to the order that this company is responding to, correct? Yes or no?
Correct. And I understand that the company did file its analysis in the
Right.
previous docket.
And you just disagree that that analysis is sufficient.
I
mean, that's your testimony. You're saying that you don't find the analysis sufficient. That is your testimony, correct?
exactly.
And
yes.
and if this commission and or this hearing examiner determine that that analysis is sufficient, then you would support the LNG proposal that this company has submitted, correct?
Again, that would need to. I would not say that the hearing examiner and then commission's decision would necessarily be what I agreed with, but certainly I'm looking at the other way. I think that the hearing examiner and the commission should be looking at different and further analysis in order to make that decision.
Yeah, I think we understand your position, Mr.
Okay.
Rosenkranz.
I hope the council are listening, as I'm going to indicate later. It's going to be critical for the briefing to be really good in this case in relation to the sorts of things that Mr. Rosenkranz says he's going to be looking for, if you follow me. So it's going to be essential that you're doing your best briefing in this case.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, and I was going to ask for the question to be clarified if we were talking about the analysis submitted in the prior docket, if that's what Mr. Dome was asking Mr. Rosenkranz if he had reviewed, but maybe you could clarify what you were thinking.
I'm just trying to clarify that, as I'm going to emphasize later, the briefing in this case, please put forward your best efforts. This is a really close question in my regard, in my view. And so parties are encouraged to put their best foot forward.
Mr. Rosenkranz, I'm going to fall for Mr. Elliott's request, and I'm going to go ahead and ask you some more questions about that. Did you read Mr. Bullard's testimony in rebuttal?
Yes, I did.
And in that rebuttal, does he not say that, and he goes into great detail about the chronology of the analysis that the company provided, starting in 2011 and going through 2014 and 2016, the various filings on those years, all the way up through the analysis before Storm Uri, and then the result of Storm Uri, and the compliance filing that was filed after that, and that all of that analysis was incorporated into this case. Is that his testimony?
I believe that I would agree that's his testimony, that this is a cumulative effort.
Over 12 years, correct?
I will stop that.
Well, 2011 to 2023 or 24 is 12 or 13 years, correct?
I said it, I accepted that, yes.
Yes. Mr. Hearing Examiner, that's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Tomei. Mr. Rosencrantz, I appreciate your testimony, and I promise that, frankly, I have no idea what my recommendation is going to be yet. That's why I was indicating that the party should put their best foot forward in briefing. In this case, it's going to be critical, and I want to assure you that I'll be looking for the best analyses in the case, and hopefully whatever decision I come up with will be able to persuade you.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I did have just.
I'm not finished yet, Mr. Elliott. But in that regard, did you look at what Dr. DeLeon looked at in terms of some of the other recent decisions in LNG, peak shaving LNG facilities that have been improved in other states like Washington and some of the other states she mentioned in her testimony?
I have to admit, I did look through that. I did not look at it in detail, which I apologize to Dr. De Leon.
Okay. Now, Mr. Elliott, redirect.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Rosencrantz, you were asked if you had done any work for other gas companies, I believe. And I'm looking at page, at the end of your testimony, you included your resume, and one that caught my eye was Calpine Corporation. You were director for gas origination. Is that right?
Yes, I was involved with the setting up the gas supply resources needed to fuel new gas-fired power generation facilities, and with the gas transportation agreements for existing facilities.
And then for PG&E, gas transmission, this was you were director of business development. Is that right?
Yes.
And in that capacity, you examined underground storage and LNG peaking plants. Is that right?
Yes, we did do some early evaluation of some acquisitions of LNG facilities, but more of my work was involved with development projects for underground storage. And prior to that, I also worked on an underground storage project in New York State.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
You're on mute, Judge.
Hold on a second, Mr. Elliott. So is that on your resume? It says you worked for PG&E Gas Transmission from 1997 to 1999. Is that right? Or did you consult for them?
No, I was on payroll.
From we're talking about PG&E of California, aren't we? Or is that Portland?
The PG&E gas transmission was out of Portland, Oregon, and yes, for several years I essentially commuted back and forth.
Okay,
Way
it's
back
not it's not the California PG&E, it's the Oregon one.
It's the California PG&E. At that time, they owned the interstate pipeline that ran from the border, Canadian border to Canada, and that operation was actually based in Portland, Oregon.
Okay.
Because they had to keep their distribution and interstate pipeline businesses separate. And so they actually physically located in a different state.
At that time, did PG&E have any peak shaving LNG facilities?
I was not
And
involved at all with the PG&E utility.
I should have said in its portfolio. So you weren't involved in that. But you did say you looked at LNG in your work
I
there?
looked at LNG. We actually considered the potential acquisition of the LNG facility in Providence, Rhode Island. It didn't go very far, but that was the one LNG option that we considered there. Oh, excuse me. We've also looked at buying into an existing LNG facility in Connecticut.
In where?
In Connecticut.
Connecticut. What about at your time at or with Calpine? What is Calpine Corporation? What service does Calpine Corporation provide?
Calpine constructs and operates power generation facilities, merchant power plants.
Where? Throughout the country.
Right.
And did you look at or have knowledge of, or do you have knowledge of the LNG facilities that Calpine Corporation may own or control?
I do not believe that there are any.
Okay. All right. Anything further, Mr. Elliott? No? Okay. Mr. Rosencrantz, thank you very much for your testimony. You are
Thank you. I
excused.
apologize for the technical difficulties.
No worries. We all have them.
Thank you.
We all have them. Thank you, sir. Okay. Let's go ahead and try and put the Attorney General's last witness on, Mr. Elliott.
Attorney General calls Andrea Crane. Morning, Ms.
Good
Crane.
morning. Good morning.
Would the witness be sworn, please?
Ms. Crane, would you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Crane.
Good morning.
Do you have what's been marked as NMAG Exhibit 1?
Yes, I do.
And would you please identify that?
My direct testimony in this case on behalf of the Office of Attorney General.
And I understand that we also have some errata that we'll be submitting later today. Can you just briefly describe the nature of it?
Yes, the errata in my testimony all relates to the company's errata. And so where I had referred to numbers that were provided in their original testimony, those numbers now need to be updated with the company's errata numbers. And a copy or a list of the changes in both my testimony and Mr. Rosencrantz's testimony was provided to the company yesterday, just so that they could see what those changes were. And I understand that the copy will be formally, submitted through the Dropbox process later on today.
Great. Thank you. Ms. Crane, if I asked you the questions presented in your testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would, subject to updating for the numbers that we've just discussed.
Okay. Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'd like to move for submission of NMAG Exhibit 1.
You're on mute, Judge.
Trying to stay out of the fray a little bit more this morning. I apologize. I usually am not muted, but I guess I'll go back to being my old obnoxious self. The New Mexico Attorney General Exhibit 1, there being no objections, is admitted.
Thank you. I tender the witness.
Mr. Haverly?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good morning, Ms. Crane.
Good morning.
Would you please turn to page 15 of your direct testimony?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. And I'm looking at the sentence starting on line 14 of that page, which says, if the company had used a 30-year depreciable life for the LNG tank and other components of the project, consistent with the 30-year net present value calculation, the net present value of the LNG project would have been considerably greater than the 339, because I'm using your updates, your $339.7 million estimate by Mr. Reed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's because Mr. Reed originally did a 7-year depreciable life with his net present value. Is that correct?
He used did you say 7 or 70?
70.
70. Okay, yes. He used for the tank, he used 70. He didn't use 70 for everything though. He had different depreciable lives depending on what component of the project he was referring to.
Yes. And so you were concerned that a 30-year, if he'd used 30-year for the depreciable life on the net present value analysis, that was incorrect, and he should have used a 30-year across the board. Is that correct?
Well, I wasn't necessarily recommending what he should use. I was simply suggesting that the use of a 70-year life would result in stranded costs at the end of a 30-year period. That was really my point there. Now, Mr. Reed included those stranded costs in his revenue requirement. So he assumed that those stranded costs, which would be about $38 million, would actually be included in the net present value of his revenue requirement. But because of his methodology, basically you have $38 million of stranded costs at the end of 30 years. And because of his net present value methodology, he only included about $5.6 million of those costs in his overall $339.7 million. I'm quite sure that if the company had stranded costs in 30 years, they would likely claim that every dollar of those costs should be recovered from ratepayers. So I suspect they would make a claim for the $38 million rather than the 5.6 reflected in his analysis. So, that's the point that I'm trying to make here. I did read his rebuttal, and I do know that based on the methodology he used, the number is actually slightly less. But I think it's important to recognize that it's slightly less using 30 years for everything. But I think it's important to recognize the impact of those stranded costs and the fact that when you're looking at it on a net present value basis, you're really, in a sense, underestimating the rate impact.
I'd like you to turn to page 23 of your direct testimony, Ms. Crane, if you would, please.
Sure.
And please let me know when you're there.
I am there.
Okay. Starting on line 15, you say, as stated in the final order in case number 11-00039 UT on page 21, and then you start quoting, on February 3rd, 2011, customer demand on the north and south segments of NMGC's system reached unprecedented levels. Specifically, on the morning of February 3rd, the statewide demand for natural gas was 710,000 MMBTUs. Prior to February 3rd, 2011, the highest statewide demand NMGC had experienced was just over 500,000 MMBTUs. And the quote, is that correct in what you said in your testimony?
Yes.
Would you disagree with me if I said that February order used a number of 719,000 MMBTUs instead of the 710,000 MMBTU cited?
Are you suggesting that that's a typographical error in that
Yes.
quote?
Yes. Would you disagree with me?
If subject to check, I would agree with you.
Okay. And do you know what the demand was during Winter Storm Uri, Ms. Crane?
I don't know that specifically, but it's my understanding that it wasn't anywhere near as high as it was during 2011. That the problem during Uri was was not necessarily the same issue that occurred in 2011 with regard to increased demand. It was not. It was the demand during Uri was more in line with historic levels. Let me put it that way.
Would you please turn to page 24 of your testimony, Ms. Crane?
Yes, I have it.
Lines 14 through 16. You say, in addition, Keystone Storage once again performed relatively well during Winter Storm Uri, delivering 87.8% of the quantity of gas nominated by NMGC. Is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Crane, are you aware that on February 14th, 2021, during Winter Storm Uri, Keystone cut 55,000 MMBTUs from New Mexico Gas Company's nomination?
I am. And I also believe that I heard yesterday, I suppose it was Mr. Bullard, one witness indicate that when they cut, by the way, I think they were left with a nomination of somewhere in the 60 to 65,000 range, and I believe that what the comment I heard yesterday, although I'd have to go back and look at the transcript, was that 65,000 was about typical for a day during that period. So, but I am aware that they did have their nomination, that they were told that that they would have their nominations cut.
Ms. Crane, were you listening to Mr. Bullard's testimony when he testified earlier in this proceeding?
I was.
Did you hear him testify that in 2011, if the company had 60,000 MMBTUs more, they would not have had to curtail the 28,000 customers that they ended up having to curtail in 2011?
Yes, in the north portion of the territory. I did hear him say that.
Okay. So you agree with me that a cut of $55,000 or 55,000 MMBTUs at a critical point during a high weather event could be catastrophic for the company and its customers?
Well, I think a couple of things. One is it could have resulted in curtailments in 2011. I understand that there have been changes made with regard to additional capital expenditures, capital programs, and other projects to hopefully address some of the issues that happened in 2011. But I do understand that that in 2011 there were curtailments. There have been no curtailments since 2011, which may suggest that the improvements that were made were successful. Now, in terms of your second part of your question as to whether that would be catastrophic or not, one of the concerns that I kind of express in my testimony is that there is a lot of information about costs, and there's less information about, or quantifiable information about benefits. And I'm not naive enough to think that we can actually accurately quantify what the benefits of increased reliability are, because they're going to change. They're going to vary for even customer by customer. Those benefits are going to vary. But I would have expected to see, I guess, some additional information about what those benefits might be on a quantifiable level in order to compare that to the total cost of the project, which is being presented to us. And I think that would have been helpful to answer your question as to whether it's catastrophic or not. You know, having lived in Connecticut, I had electric heat and we lost electricity and we lost heat quite a bit to the point where we were kind of used to that. And so I think what is catastrophic perhaps for one person may not be for someone else. And that's kind of the information that I think maybe could be addressed more comprehensively by the company in this case.
But as you said, it's hard to say what one customer might value having heat, gas heat in -10-degree weather, -15-degree weather versus somebody else, right?
It is very difficult to say, and that's why I think when you're looking at the financial aspects, which is my primary interest in this case, you have to, you have to make assumptions and you have to do the best you can. It's not necessarily an easy exercise, though. I would agree with you there.
Ms. Crane, thank you very much. Appreciate it. No more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Haverly.
Thank you, Mr. Haverly. Mr. Elliott, any redirect?
No, thank you.
Ms. Crane, thank you so much for your testimony, as always. You are excused.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Medeiros.
Thank you. All right, let's take our morning break and then come back with New Energy Economy's witness and then staff's witness, hopefully after that. So we're in break now for 15 minutes, or we're in recess. Thank you.
Susie, I've got to restart the system right now because I'm frozen. Can you hear me? Judge, I need a half second. Judge, I need to restart my system. Can I have 5 minutes? Judge, I can't hear you. Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you.
Judge, I need to restart my system.
He just gave you the thumbs up, Mr. Lee.
It's difficult to do these without a court reporter.
Go ahead, Mr. Dome.
No, I'm sorry. These automatically unmute when I put them on, but I went to the settings and they weren't unmuted. I apologize for that. Let's take another 5, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I'm up again.
Why is my video not going on?
Did he go back on?
Oh, there it goes.
There you are, Mr. Domi.
Yeah, I was on the speaker, but not on the thing. Now I'm up.
Hello. I'm ready, Judge.
Okay.
Ms. Subra, would you mind unmuting?
I'm looking for her to unmute, Ms. Nanazi.
Ms. Subra, do you see the button all the way on the left of your screen?
Lower left corner, Miss Zubra.
You need to press that button.
Judge, you may have an unmute in the participants window on under Zubra's name.
I've asked her to unmute. But let me see if I can unmute her. I don't know that I can, but
Okay, it's unmuted now. Thank you.
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Once you
Uh,
come,
We're not on the record yet. What were you going to say, Ms. Nanazi? I'm sorry.
that once you commence, then I would ask Mr. Lee to please
Okay.
swear.
Again, I'm increasingly hard of hearing, even with these on. I'm sorry. So apologies for that. All right, let's go back on the record. Ms. Nanazi, would you please call New Energy Economy's witness?
Yes, thank you so much, sir. New Energy Economy would call Wilma Subra and ask that she be sworn by the court reporter, please.
Ms. Zubra, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Subra, for being here. I am sorry about all the Zoom confusion. So you have before you New Energy Economy Exhibit number 1, which is the direct testimony, your direct testimony that was filed on behalf of New Energy Economy on October 27th, 2023. Do you recognize New Energy Economy Exhibit number 1?
Yes, I do.
And is that, in fact, the questions and answers that you have provided, are they true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
They are.
And if I asked you those questions, would you give those same answers today?
Yes, I would.
And I would ask for the admission, Your Honor, of New Energy Economy Exhibit number 1.
Any objection?
No objection, Mr. Examiner.
New Energy Economy Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to turn the witness over for cross-examination.
Mr. Dome, please go ahead.
Good morning, Ms. Subra.
Good morning.
It's nice to see you. I know it was difficult getting on this morning, but so we're ready to go. I have a half hour for you, but I don't think I'll be taking all that time. But I want to start with your resume, and I see that you have a BS and an MS in microbiology and chemistry, correct?
That's correct.
I do not. So you, you, you are the expert in those categories today. And then I noticed that you've done a lot of work with Superfund sites and investigations and so forth, as reflected in your resume, correct?
Yes, and in Louisiana, we had a governor that didn't want Superfund as a black market. And I had been working with communities in all of these issues, and we petitioned to have them added to the Superfund list because he wasn't putting any of those negatively impacting communities on. And so as a result of that, a lot of the communities that I work with on specific sites were able to be approved to be used by Superfund. So that's why you just see them. But before that, I had been working in those communities on those sites.
And so that you've touched on the point. So you are in Louisiana, correct, ma'am?
I am.
And I think they have LNG facilities in Louisiana, correct?
I couldn't hear that question.
I think they have LNG facilities in Louisiana, correct?
They do.
Those are some of the big, large transport, LNG transport facilities or baseline facility or mainline facilities, as we call them.
Export facilities, yes.
Facilities, right. Have you done any work with regard to those export facilities in Louisiana?
Have I worked on them?
Well, have you done any work with regard to them? Have you been involved in investigating them or testifying about them? Anything about those export facilities in Louisiana?
At the request of a number of communities, I've looked into those facilities and particularly identified all the leaks and spills and what we call in Louisiana incidents that occur as they operate. And as a result, the citizens have been very upset about those incidents and the negative health impacts that those incidents have resulted on the communities, and the communities are right adjacent to the LNG facilities.
Have you had the opportunity to testify in any hearings, regulatory proceedings, or anything like that with regard to those LNG, those export terminals in Louisiana?
One facility had a permit hearing, and I testified at that one, and it is not yet constructed. The others have been constructed and operated for quite some time.
And what was the nature of your testimony in that case?
That it was right on the edge of the channel coming into the Gulf, and there was already one on the other corner of the channel to the Gulf, and that those two right there on the channel had the potential to erode the coastal line and cause even more environmental damage, as well as releases occurring, or incidents as we call them in Louisiana.
So you were testifying, I take it, as to the siting of that facility?
Yes.
That it should not be sited where they were siting it.
That was an inappropriate location to site another facility. Yes.
Ms. Subra, do you recognize the difference between an export terminal, an LNG export terminal, and an LNG peak shaver facility?
Yes.
What is that difference?
So what is being proposed here is a single chamber, and those chambers exist in multitudes at export facilities to have a larger volume available to export. However, if you just look at the track record of the single facilities, you see lots of leaks, lots of incidents occurring, and mostly those incidents release chemicals into the air. On some occasions, they release it into the water, but for the most part, it's issues into the air.
Is it true, Ms. Subra, that the operators of LNG facilities, including peak shaver facilities, are required to report those kind of leaks or incidents to PHMSA, the Pipeline Health and PHMSA, to the federal government. Is that correct?
That's correct. And that's where a lot of the information that the community receives is from those reports they have to make.
Right. And those reports are open to the public, and you have access to those reports, correct?
That's correct.
And the operators of these facilities are required by law to report those things, correct?
Yes, it is.
Is it your knowledge that some of those types of things are called design? And I realize this is nomenclature that are called design leaks. And by that, they don't mean, by that, they mean that these are the kind of leaks that the designer and or the operator of a facility is expected to design to handle.
And in some of the cases, the designs did not work and resulted in leaks.
Yes, and I think Plymouth is one of those instances, correct?
Yes.
And you talk about the Plymouth case in your testimony. So yes, but you understand, so the terminology design leak is a term that's used in this industry to talk about the kinds of leaks that an operator and or a designer and or a contractor building these is required to build to handle, correct?
Yes, but they are the same type of chamber that is being proposed here.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I agree. On page 15 of your testimony, line well, I think I wrote that down wrong. That's not where I want to go. Hold on give me 1 second, ma'am. Oh, on page 15, I guess I couldn't read the numbers. Page 15, line 10 of your testimony, you begin a discussion about the Sabine Pass LNG facility, correct?
Mhm. Yes.
Now, the Sabine Pass facility is in Louisiana, right?
It's on the border of Louisiana and Texas.
Okay. Can you describe for me what the Sabine Pass LNG facility, its size and dimensions, those kind of things?
I could if I looked it up on a data sheet, and I've had it for the community meetings, yes.
It's one of those large LNG export terminals, correct?
Correct.
It is significantly larger than the proposed facility in this case.
It is significantly larger, but it has the same type of unit being proposed.
Yes, it's like, I've heard it said that it's almost 400 times the size of this facility.
Right.
So you talk about the Sabine Pass facility, and you go on to talk about the discharge of chemicals from that facility. It's fair to say, is it not, that the levels of emissions that you refer to on page 15 of your testimony are not even comparable to the level of emissions that we would see from this facility, even assuming that there are some emissions from the proposed facility here in New Mexico, correct?
So this one's a much larger facility, but if you looked at the unit emissions, it is the potential to have the same type of unit emissions that occurs at the one on the Louisiana-Texas border.
But as far as unit comparison, the facility that's proposed here in New Mexico is, well, like 1/400th the size of the Sabine Pass facility.
However, you have people going to school and at the airports almost immediately adjacent to the one being proposed here.
Okay, and I think the record shows the proximity of schools and things to the proposed facility. So I think that's in the record, and I agree with you, ma'am. I understand that's your testimony. I'm just trying to point out that the Sabine Pass type of exhaust of emissions is not even close to what we would anticipate from this facility.
No, but the one that's being proposed has the opportunity to have just as many leaks or spills or events.
My understanding is, and you help me because you're the microbiology chemistry expert, and I'm not. My understanding is that the LNG process itself takes natural gas and then freezes it and then unfreezes it and puts it back in the system. But it does not make natural gas any more harmful than it was going in. Coming out, it's not any more harmful than it was going in, correct?
Couldn't understand everything you said. Could you repeat it, please?
I sure can. I think I'll try. My understanding is that the LNG process involves taking natural gas and then cooling it down and then heating it up and putting it back in the system. That process does not make natural gas any more dangerous coming out than it was going in, correct?
The gas itself, but if it's not contained in the unit or if it has a spill in the unit, but also it has a high concentration of greenhouse gases. And as you know, at the national level, we're really trying to reduce greenhouse gases emissions.
And that's my point is, and I understand, let me just put it this way. You don't like natural gas.
I have a natural gas stove and a natural gas hot water heater. And when we had Hurricane Katrina, we have 22 houses in our neighborhood, and I opened my doors to everyone to bring their towels and take a shower at my house because we didn't have electricity for a month.
But you had natural gas.
But we had natural gas.
If I was smart, Ms. Subra, I would stop asking questions after that answer. But I'm going to ask a few more questions. But
sure.
But Mr. Dome is a lawyer, therefore.
So I think, anyway.
If you were in my neighborhood, you would have been happy.
I think I would have been over at your house, ma'am. I think that's exactly right. You talk here, I'm going to change subjects. You talk here about the Plymouth incident, correct? The one up in Washington State.
Say that again, please.
You talk in your testimony on pages 16 about the Plymouth incident up in Washington State, correct?
Yes.
And were you able to listen to the testimony of Mr. Barkley this week?
No, I was not.
Oh, okay. Then I'll let that go. On page 15, page 15, line 2 of your testimony. And I think this is something that yes, you state there that relying on voluntary industry practice. I'm on page 15, line 2. See those words? Relying on voluntary industry practice does not ensure.
Right.
Is it your understanding that the LNG facility that's proposed in New Mexico is being constructed according to federal guidelines and is the construction and the operation is controlled by those federal guidelines?
That's correct.
So
However,
this,
the physical location of where it's located has a lot of issues.
oh, I understand your testimony, but I'm saying that even that physical location is controlled by the siting and regulatory requirements of PHMSA, correct?
But so were these facilities when they were put in, and this is the reality
That's
on
right.
the ground,
And regulations evolve, correct?
correct?
And you say here that the rules govern on page 14, line 29, that the rules governing gas facilities, and I take it by that you're talking about LNG facilities, correct?
Yes,
That the rules governing gas facilities have not been updated for 42 years is your testimony.
right.
But that's not true, is it? These regulations are being updated almost on a continuous basis, are they not?
Some aspects, not all.
Okay, all right. And the rules and regulations that were in place when the Plymouth facility in Washington was designed and built 50 years ago are much different than the rules and regulations that are imposed upon New Mexico Gas Company and the designer and the contractor of this facility. Isn't that correct?
Yes,
There have been significant changes in those rules and regulations.
and in a lot of cases, not enough changes.
And I'm sure that yes, I think that I understand your testimony, but they have evolved over the years.
Yes, just not far enough.
I think I've got that point, ma'am. Do you know whether they were evolved? They evolved even after the Plymouth incident?
Say that again, please.
Did the regulations evolve because of the Plymouth incident?
The regulations have evolved over time based on a lot of the incidents that have occurred.
The industry learns from incidents and changes their regulations, correct?
The industry learns and the agencies learn.
That's right. And so this is not just a purely voluntary industry practice. It is the combination of industry practices as regulated by the federal government to try and
Address it.
I like your words better, address issues, correct?
But there are still issues that need to be addressed.
Right. Super, I think that's all I have. I appreciate your time today and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Subra, the export facilities on the Louisiana, Texas, and on the coasts, they have components and technology and facilities that differ in significant ways from what's the peak shaving facility that's proposed in this case. Now, let me qualify that by saying, I obviously accept your point that they have similar components in terms of tanks and vaporizers and liquefaction capability, but there are significant differences, aren't there, in the design and the components of the facilities?
The design and components, but the unit that is being proposed here is very similar to the units that they have.
In terms of what, the tank?
In terms of containing the material, in terms of liquefaction, and all the processes. The other pieces of equipment make what goes on at this unit happen.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. That's really all I have. I will allow Ms. Nanazi to ask you any questions that she might have for you on redirect now.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
sir.
ma'am.
Ms. Super, regarding the issue that Mr. Dome raised about the reporting requirements, do you think that the reporting requirements are sufficient or adequate to reduce the public health risk from an LNG facility such as the one proposed by the New Mexico Gas Company?
No, and in fact, a lot of the reporting removes a lot of the leaks and the spills and the emissions as part of their reporting requirement. And then we are usually having to go in and tell the agency, ask them to complete these reporting requirements so we can have a better idea of what really happened there.
But I'm asking you specifically about the reporting. Like, is reporting enough?
No, it's not, because sometimes it's 2 months before we get the copy of the report. Meanwhile, the community was exposed to all this material. They weren't evacuated, or even if they were evacuated, there's only one road along the coast in Cameron. And so they had to go through the plume getting out of the area.
Is that a specific, you're talking about an event and a specific event where folks had to drive through the plume to evacuate the area?
Yes, there's only one road along the coast and one road north out of Cameron. And so if ever there was an event along that road, which the facilities are located on the road, you had to drive through it to get out when they said, leave quickly. You didn't have a choice. You couldn't get in a boat and go on the Gulf of Mexico. You had to get in your car and travel on the road.
And that was in January 2022?
That was in January and a lot of the other months. And then when there is a hurricane, they, in Cameron, way back when I was small, it destroyed all the community there. So they do get in their car and get out quickly. But then they figure out, oh, there was a big emission being released, but we had no choice but to get in our car and get out. So we didn't get killed by the hurricane, as opposed to our health damaged by the emissions.
They shut down those coastal facilities during hurricanes, don't they?
That's the interesting thing. They shut them down and then they can't get back to them, and they're leaking and they're spilling, and they're just sitting there going like, we can't get there and do anything about it to stop it from happening as damage from a hurricane. Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Nazi.
What I was trying to get at is that one of the things that, as I understand your testimony, is that it's not enough to just report the incidents. It's about ameliorating the problem. Isn't that the real issue that you're concerned with? I understand that sometimes they don't report it for a long time, but I'm also asking you about like the actual, like, is reporting, even if they did it correctly, is that enough?
No, reporting is not enough. Addressing the issue that caused the emissions needs to be a requirement. Not just reporting and telling you how much they release, but what are they going to do to not have it happen again?
And both the hearing examiner and Mr. Dome were asking you questions about the distinction between some of these plants, whether it's Freeport or Cameron or Plymouth, and the LNG facility that is being proposed here. And my understanding of what you said was that the problem is that they all leak. And are you concerned that there are significant public health risk as a result of this proposed LNG facility, and why?
Yes, all of the facilities have leaks or spills, and this one will also. And then if it leaves the site and goes anywhere near where the airport is, where the school is, or makes it all the way off site, then it's going to impact the health of all of the people in that area. And then it happens again and again and again, and their health suffers, and they start getting sicker and sicker and sicker. And then they wonder, should we still be here? Like, should the kids still be in school? I'm working on one site in Colorado where when the concentrations in the air, and we measure, are over an action level, they immediately get an email and that tells them what to do and what not to do so they don't become further exposed. But here we're not having anything like that to tell the people at the airport, the people in the schools, and the people who live in the subdivisions instantly when something happens. They're notified and they're told what to do and what not to do, because the worst thing you can have them do is go right into the plume.
But, well, in fairness, Ms. Huber, we don't know what the requirements are going to be in such a situation in the circumstances here, right? You don't know what the Rio Rancho and Bernalillo County regs require, do you?
No, it doesn't require that. And where we had to implement the facility in Colorado, they actually gave the community, Hispanic community, money from the fine from the facility to implement that program.
Well, you've tempted me twice now. What facility are you talking about in Colorado?
Sunoco refinery.
And that's outside Denver? Where is that?
If you go into the Denver airport and you travel to Denver, it's right there on the highway in Central City, and you can't miss it. And you can't miss breathing it.
I know what you're talking about. I used to live in Denver way back in the day. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Nazi.
I have no further questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nazi. And thank you, Ms. Huber. Truly appreciate your testimony and the expertise that you bring in the areas that you're responsible for in this case. So thank you very much for your testimony. It's greatly appreciated.
Can I go?
Yes, ma'am, you are excused.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you. And up next, and again, last but not least, Mr. Black, are you prepared to call your witness? I think you are, because I just submitted Mr. Relkoff. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I am. Thank you. Where are you?
And up next,
Oh, there you are.
again, last but not least, Mr. Black.
Please turn off your YouTube.
On a delay. You are, because I just submitted Mr. Relkoff. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Yeah. Hold on, Mr. Relkoff. Could you please turn off the? That's the worst part, is hearing my voice. So could you turn off the YouTube stream, please, or at least the audio for it? And turn on the YouTube audio, please.
Zoom.
Excuse me, Zoom. Got such a splitting headache this morning, it's hard to talk. I'm sorry. Mr. Relkoff, please turn on your audio for the Zoom. Yes. There we are. There.
Staff calls Ed Rilkoff as a witness in this case.
Mr. Relkoff, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter now, penny should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Rilkoff. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
For the record, please state your name and position with the Public Regulation Commission.
My name is Edwin William Rilkoff, and I am the New Mexico PRC Utility Division Director.
Thank you. I provided to you a document that has been previously marked as amended staff exhibit number 1. Do you have that document?
Yes, I do.
Please identify that document.
It is the prepared direct testimony that I made on this case on October 27, 2023, as amended.
Okay, was that testimony drafted by you?
Yes.
Do you, your amended version has corrections. Did you want to highlight what pages and lines those corrections are? Mr. Hearing Examiner, is that necessary?
No, it's not.
Okay.
I see they are done, Mr. Rilkoff, in red line and strikeout. Is that right? Like, for instance, page 14, line 13 or 14, page 14, line 14.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, go ahead.
With those corrections, if I were to ask you those same questions that are posed in your testimony today, would you give the same answers today under oath?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. Is your testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Hearing Examiner Medeiros, I move what has been marked as amended staff exhibit 1 into the record.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, staff exhibit 1 as amended is admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Hearing Examiner, I tender Ed Rilkoff for cross-examination at this time.
Thank you, sir. Okay, first up with Mr. Rilkoff is the Attorney General. Mr. Elliott, you have 30 minutes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Rilkoff.
Good morning.
Did you have an opportunity? Were you listening earlier today?
Yes, I was. Yes.
I believe, did you hear the hearing examiner characterize this case as a close call?
I didn't actually catch that.
Would you agree it is a close call?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
What, well, elaborate, please.
Well, I think the commission, in its order, asked the gas company to determine whether this project would provide reliability effects to the gas company's customers and if it would mitigate prices. And, you know, staff has reviewed the information and the application and all the testimony, and we believe that in fact it will do those two things.
So when you were reviewing it, were you reviewing it for compliance with the commission's order in the prior proceeding?
Well, no, that certainly was the reason that the CCN application was made, but we certainly go to the CCN statute in terms of staff doing its analysis on the project. And you know, we look on balance at the public, consumer, and investor interest in evaluating it, and that's what staff did in determining its or coming to its conclusion.
So I'll just move on. Do you believe that an investment that's charged to ratepayers should be needed in order to provide safe and adequate utility service?
Are you talking about this specific investment or an investment in general?
Yeah, in general, that it should be needed.
Yes, there certainly should be an a need to add anything to rate base.
And does that mean that you believe that if something's not needed to provide safe and reliable utility service, that it should not be charged to customers?
Well, I think this case is a little different in terms of this project isn't being proposed to satisfy an increase in demand and a typical type of need in that respect. We're looking at it to see if it's necessary to address the reliability concerns of an existing storage unit, the Keystone unit. So we're placing a project, not actually building for additional need.
And you're also looking at it to, if I understand, to assess its impact on price volatility.
Yes, I think price mitigation was one of the things that we looked at.
And which of those was did you weigh more in your analysis?
Well, reliability was key, and then price volatility. It was reliability was probably strong, but certainly we looked at both of them to determine whether the criterion were satisfied.
Because there's an interrelation between reliability and price volatility.
Well, are you saying, are they correlated?
Well, I'm asking if well, yes, are they correlated? Which is stronger than related, isn't it?
I guess it depends on how you define correlated, but yes, certainly, but they don't have to be. In fact, you could have a situation where, you know, you can have something that's not reliable in a low pricing environment, but
You could, I'm sorry, could you expand on that?
well, no, we're talking about reliability of, I suppose, Keystone, and we're talking about prices. And typically, Keystone, you know, I think in Aaron Gould's testimony yesterday, he talked, there's a lot of incidents where you have Keystone is cutting nominations or perhaps having force majeure, but then you have the situations that are big events like Storm Uri. So in the first event of you know, that probably wouldn't be a lot of correlation with price volatility, but certainly when you're looking at Storm Uri, you're going to have a lot of correlation between reliability and price volatility.
And some of those factors are outside the control of the facility itself. They go to those sort of regional issues, the regional impacts of the event.
The pricing issues, yes.
Okay. On page 10 of your testimony, you say that the gas company estimated that, I think I'm looking at lines, looking at line 7.
Yes.
The gas company could have saved 33 million. Well, the gas company estimated that it could have saved 33 million of the 107 million purchased in Storm Uri. Do you know, where did that come from? I've heard it, I just don't remember.
I believe it comes from Mr. Reed's testimony, and it is the addition of 2 types of intraday savings that he had in the data. There was a 14.6 million, and I have 13.8 as another number that came to that 33 million.
And in arriving at those numbers, does that assume that the LNG tank would have been full at the start of the event of Winter Storm?
I believe that assumption he made was full.
And does that line up with the company's expectations for how much gas they would typically have at the start of February?
From what I heard in the testimony, no, they wouldn't have the full tank in February, but it doesn't mean that it's possible.
Do they need that? So to mitigate that price impact, would the tank need to be completely full?
Well, you would get the best benefit of price volatility if the tank was in fact full going into February.
Or bigger.
Or bigger, I suppose, yes.
And they've proposed, and the tank, the size of tank that's proposed here is, it would provide gas for 5 days full if it was running full out, right?
Yes.
And then once it's empty, it would take 100 days to refill.
Correct.
So assuming the net 1.7 BCF storage at Keystone, and that's compared to the 190,000 MCF a day for withdrawal that I think you reference on page 5 of your testimony.
Yes.
Then Keystone could run for 9 days. Is that right?
Yes, but I think one of the considerations here is that Keystone is not always reliable, and you can't get the 9 days of nominations during those 9 days, or if it was an extreme weather event like this, like Storm Uri.
And if the company decided not to sublease 1 BCF of Keystone, but retained the entirety of it, so they'd have 2.7 MCF for its own needs, then Keystone could run for 14 days. Is that right?
Not to my knowledge. I think that the reason that they purchased 2.7 BCF is to get the withdrawal capacity of 190,000. If they reduced their amount by 1.7, I imagine it would be a prorated reduction in their deliverability.
But if they increased it, I'm saying if they had the entirety of the 2.7.
The 2.7 gives them 190,000.
And that would last them 14 days, assuming the maximum withdrawal rate. Is that right?
Okay, I see where you're going. Yeah, without any see the one of the big issues that the gas company has is that there's 6 different purchases of LNG from that facility, and as the tank is depleted, everybody pro rata gets their volumes reduced.
So you mean there's 6 different do I understand there's 6 different
utility companies or shippers or purchasers of storage from that facility?
I see. Okay. But they're all drawing from the common storage container.
I don't know the answer. I think there's salt dome cavern storage, so there might be actually 6 different salt dome caverns that are interconnected. I'm not sure. That's more of an engineering question.
Okay. But they would, but nonetheless, if they're prorated from if one tank has a withdrawal issue, it appears that the withdrawals are prorated amongst all of them.
Yeah, I would assume that we're looking at the total deliverability.
The Keystone contract has a maximum injection rate of 75,000 MCF a day. And that's about 7.5 times more than what the LNG, what could be injected into LNG per day. Is that correct?
Yes.
So have you looked at what options might be available to the company if for dealing with excess gas once they lose the ability to inject the other 65,000 MCF?
I think one of the things I heard in Mr. Bullard's testimony was that they would actually be better at forecasting demand and reacting quickly so that they would not have to over purchase, over nominate amounts to meet their daily demands.
That seems like a big reduction though, from going from 75,000 to 10,000. So they'd have to be much more nimble. Is that correct? Or
Well, I guess I don't know what the numbers looks like in terms of their injection rates, but 75,000 is a lot of gas, and I don't know how much they inject, during a typical winter period.
well, for hedging purposes, if you're, I guess the idea for hedging is to buy low, right? During when you're forecasting, you're buying before the heating season, right?
Yes.
And so you try and lock in the largest quantity at the lowest price. Is that kind of the idea?
Yeah, I think you, because you don't know what the lowest price would do, you would have to put together some sort of procedure or program in place. So you're probably dollar cap cost averaging in. That's what I'm surmising from the spring through to the winter heating season.
So this would be a constraint, correct, on the purchasing for hedging? I mean, you've gone from in terms of how much you can inject on a daily basis.
Well, I don't think it's a constraint because they have 100 days between the end of the winter season to the beginning of the winter season to fill the LNG facility. And you're assuming, it's probably not going to end the winter at zero, but
Okay. Well, so have you examined, so I may have asked you this, but have you looked at options that they could, for the company in terms of where they could put the excess gas? If they can't inject it, if they buy more than 10,000 for a certain day, right? Like let's say they buy 20,000 MCF, where are they going to put the extra 10?
Well, if they had the ability, they could put it they could liquefy it and put it in the LNG plant, or they could, they could look at different balancing activities on pipelines, and they could probably sell gas that was excess to their needs.
So that's like the parking? Is that like parking?
Park and loan is one of the services I think some interstates provide. I think Mr. Bullard said that currently they don't do that, but and I didn't mention the first one. It's just simply what is their line pack position, and they certainly they have a system and they can bring that gas in and pack their pipelines.
We can flip forward to page 19 of your testimony. And at line 5, you state that the depreciation period for the LNG facility is 30 years. Is it your understanding that the 30 years was utilized as the depreciation rate in Mr. Reed's revenue requirement analysis for the entire project?
That's what I believed, yes.
Okay. Subject to check, would you accept that a 70-year life was used for the tank?
Yeah, this is the first I'd heard of us with Ms. Crane's testimony, but
okay. That's in the errata attachments, page 49 of 120, just for the record. And actually that work paper shows that depreciable lives of longer than 30 years were used for the majority of the costs associated with the LNG project, right?
Yeah, I did not know that, but
okay. Do you know if the revenue requirement in Mr. Reed's direct and errata, if it included the recovery of stranded costs at the end of the 30-year period?
I did not know that.
Okay. I have no further questions, Mr. Wilkoff. I thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Up next is New Energy Economy. Mr. Dodd, you have 20 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good morning, Mr. Rilkoff.
Good morning.
First, I wanted to just ask you if you could please pull up what's been marked as New Energy Economy Exhibit 9. Exhibit 9 is staff's responses to New Energy Economy's first set of interrogatories and requests for production, correct?
Yes, I'm there.
And you reviewed the responses to these interrogatories and requests for production?
Yes.
You swore to the veracity of these responses?
Yes, I did.
And to the best of your knowledge and belief, the responses and materials contained within New Energy Economy Exhibit 9 are true and correct, right?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Wilkoff, first, I'd like to review a few of what I see as the key statements in your testimony, okay? On page 9, lines 4 through 6, you testified, quote, NMGC has provided information that the LNG facility is the best option to mitigate the effects of a major winter storm event like Storm Uri, close quote. Is that correct?
And I'm just looking for that. What paragraph is that?
It's lines 4 through 6 on page 9.
Oh, I'm sorry. The version. Okay.
The PDF page 11.
Yes, PDF page 11, but numbered page 9.
Okay.
It's that first paragraph of the answer there on that page.
I have a redacted version that I'm looking at right now. Should I go to the original version?
I'm looking at the version that Mr. Black went through and admitted this morning, which is includes your.
Oh, okay. I was looking at NEE's exhibit.
Oh, no, sorry. We're looking at staff's exhibit 1.
Okay.
Sorry about that. So page 9, lines 4 through 6, you testified, quote, NMGC has provided information that the LNG facility is the best option to mitigate the effects of a major winter storm event like Storm Uri, correct?
Yes.
And then page 10, lines 4 through 8, you testified, quote, NMGC provided analysis on the savings that could have been achieved if the LNG facility was operational during Storm Uri. This is a difficult analysis that involves estimating the avoided cost of gas not purchased over a 5-day period. NMGC estimated that having the LNG facility could have saved 33 million of the 107 million in purchased gas costs during Storm Uri. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then finally on page 21, lines 4 through 6, you testified, quote, the LNG project will mitigate the gas purchase costs during severe weather events like Storm Uri, while the amount is difficult to quantify. NMGC estimated savings of 33 million during Storm Uri. Did I read that correctly?
That's right.
All right. Mr. Rilkoff, I've spent a lot of time poring over your testimony and really thinking about your position in this case. And I think that you take the gas company at their word that the proposed LNG facility would have saved millions of dollars if it had been in operation during Winter Storm Uri, correct?
I wouldn't say at their word, but what I was looking at, and I think Mr. Reed provided the testimony on the savings, and then Mr. Gould provided some analysis of that. And I look at things in terms of the way staff looked at this. We have a 1 BCF storage tank, and the big variables that you have to look at if you're going to estimate any savings, the major ones, there's others, but the major ones are going to be the price of gas that you're going to have to avoid paying for, and the amount of gas that you're going to avoid paying for.
Sure.
So when I looked at that, and staff looked at that, you have a BCF tank, which is equal to 1 million MCF. And one of the numbers that came up in this hearing is, there were lots of prices, but if one of the prices that I've seen that could be an average for Storm Uri is $250 an MCF. So what that means is that you have $250 an MCF times a million MCF tank gives you inventory value during Storm Uri of $250 million. And
Okay.
if you replace 13% of that gas, if it wasn't available from Keystone Energy, that's equivalent to $33 million, which is the testimony of Mr. Reed.
Okay.
And if you included a smaller number, let's say you replaced 5% of that $250 million inventory in the tank, you come up with 13 million, which is Mr. Gould's testimony. So that provides a range between Mr. Gould and Mr. Reed. But what we really don't know beforehand is, what is that price going to be, and how much gas are you going to need to replace?
Sure.
And
sure.
so I think just by the numbers Mr. Reed and Mr. Gould provided, I think it's reasonable to conclude that this will certainly have price mitigating effects. You can create a matrix and you can pick the prices and you can pick the amounts, but certainly there is going to be price mitigation effects from the LNG facility.
And those promised savings are attractive. And that's one of the main reasons for your support of the facility, right?
Well, the savings are a key part, but also reliability is key, and
Sure.
possibly foremost, but yes.
Okay. So well, let me ask you. So, Mr. Rokoff, were you listening in when I cross-examined gas company witness John Reed on Tuesday?
Yes, I was there.
Okay. And did you follow the discussion that he and I had regarding the figures contained in Exhibit JJR3?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And if you could please actually pull up JJR3 so that you can reference it as needed.
Excuse me, is that in Exhibit 1 or 2?
That's in the gas company's exhibit. It's actually in Exhibit 3, I believe. And it's on PDF page 123, if that helps. Got it?
All right. I'm there.
All right. So I want to talk about the scenario that Exhibit JJR3 sets forth, okay?
Okay.
So as you stated on cross with the Attorney General's office, JJR3 presumes that the LNG tank is completely full when Storm Uri begins, correct?
Yes.
And it also presumes that they would have been able to draw from the LNG tank all of the gas that they had obtained from Keystone during that time frame, which was 548,965 MCF, correct?
Okay,
Do you agree with that?
I believe so. I'm just looking for the number though. Is it in the spreadsheet?
Yeah, it should be in line 5 at the total amount for line 5. You see that net Keystone withdrawals, and
Mhm.
then to the right, you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And it further presumes that they would have been able to avoid buying the 82,039 MCF on the spot market that they had to buy when relying on Keystone, correct?
Okay, yes, this analysis does, yeah.
And that's the amount that allows for that savings of the purported savings of the 13.8 million, correct?
Yes, at least so. Yes.
That's line 24 under the column total.
Yes, I see that.
And then they sort of project that they could have further been able to proactively use the LNG gas to reduce their day ahead purchases, right?
Right.
And that's what we see in lines 27 through 35. That's that titled proactive use of LNG, correct?
Yes.
And they claim with that strategy, they could have purportedly saved another 18.6 million, right?
Yes, that's the two numbers, the 13.8 and 18.6 come to the 33 million, yes.
All right. And then they go even one step further and say that they could have used the LNG gas to allow them to resell excess day ahead gas and make further savings, right? And that comes out to 10.7 million more that they claim.
Yeah, I see
Okay.
that.
And so in deploying all of these strategies, the gas company would have had to burn up nearly 960,000 MCF of the 1 BCF in the tank, correct?
Yeah, okay.
You see that in line 50 there, that they'd have a total inventory of just over 40,000 MCF left at the end of the 6 days?
Yes, I see that.
Now, didn't you hear Mr. Reed's testimony that the scenario set forth in JJR3 was not something that would happen in reality?
40,000, let's be more precise. It's almost 44,000, right? 43,996.
That's correct. 43,996 in line 50. Is that right, Mr. Relkoff?
Yes, I see it. Yes.
Okay. And so, Mr. Relkoff, didn't you hear the portion of Mr. Reed's testimony that the scenario set forth in JJR3 was not something that would likely happen in reality?
That would be subject to check, but I remember a discussion in that vein.
Okay, that he acknowledged that it was very unlikely that they would go into February 12th with a completely full tank, correct?
Right.
And that they would not run the tank completely empty, correct?
Right.
That they wouldn't run it down to just 4% of its capacity in mid-February because they still got to get through all of March, right?
Right.
And you heard him actually say that it would be imprudent for the gas company to use nearly all of the LNG in the tank in mid-February, correct?
I would agree with that.
And so you also heard about the parts of Mr. Bullard's testimony where he said that they would target to enter February with at least 625 to 650 MCF in the tank, right?
Well, subject to check.
Okay.
But I think that sounds correct.
Okay, and actually just for the record, that is Mr. Bullard's testimony on direct gas company exhibit 1 at page 65, lines 10 through 11. And then you also heard about Mr. Bullard's testimony on direct that the gas company would target to go into March with at least 200,000 MCF in the tank. That way they would be able to make it through the remainder of the winter, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right, and so what we see then is if let's assume that they actually met those targets, right? And let's say that they went into this storm with 650 in the tank, and they decided they were not going to leave the storm with less than 200,000. Then they would have only had 450,000 MCF to navigate Storm Uri, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you would agree that that wouldn't even be enough gas to cover the amount of gas that they had been able to pull out of Keystone, right?
Well, I guess the problem I have is I think Mr. Reed was probably asked to produce an estimate of what the savings could have been if the LNG facility was in service during Storm Uri. And he provided this worksheet, which is very instructive, but I just can't, it is so difficult to try to line up all the days for an event that happened in the past and put all these constraints around it when, earlier I just said, if the price and pricing is a key variable here, I think the prices are much lower, but if it was a $250 per MCS replacement cost, you would only have to replace 50,000 to get that $13 million of savings. So, and that's not a lot of gas, 50,000 over that 5-day period. So
Sure. But
so this is instructive, but I just, in terms of the probability of this happening, and you can move the prices, you can move the amounts on the days and so forth, but
right. But let's not move the prices. Let's take your average gas cost estimate of about $250 per MCF, okay?
Okay.
And let's just assume that the company hits their targets and goes in with 650 and exits with 200, meaning that they have 450 to play with, okay?
Okay.
That 450 would not have been enough gas to even cover what they were able to get out of Keystone during Storm Uri, correct? Because they got 548,965 MCF out of Keystone during that time frame, right?
Okay, let me just absorb this. Okay, so could you just repeat that statement for me?
Sure. So if they only have the 450,000 MCF to navigate Storm Uri, based on Mr. Bullard's targets, right?
Right.
That wouldn't be enough gas to cover what they were able to get out of Keystone during Winter Storm Uri, let alone go out and be able to withdraw from LNG instead of making intraday purchases, right?
Okay, in this scenario, yes, okay.
And so what that would mean is not only would the gas company have to go on the spot market to buy the 82,039 MCF that they had to buy when they used Keystone, right? You agree with that, right? So if they can't even meet the amount of withdrawals from Keystone, they've got to cover the spot gas that they bought with Keystone plus the delta between LNG and Keystone, right?
You're saying that 569 and 440, is that?
What I'm saying is actually that basically they used a total of 631,004 MCF of gas between spot market purchases and Keystone withdrawals during Uri, correct? Do you see that in line 6?
Okay.
And so if they're using LNG and they decide based on their targets, they're only going to use 450,000 MCF of gas to deal with Uri, they're going to have that delta between 450 and 631 that they've got to go on the spot market to cover, correct?
Well, that's the issue is in terms of their total supply portfolio and what you have to look at what they did in terms of their base load gas and swing gas. And so that has an impact on it.
But I'm talking just about what's contained in JJR3, right? Like, let's just assume that it's not as rosy, it's not as green as Mr. Reed paints. And let's assume instead the company's target numbers instead of the absolute best case scenario of getting to use almost an entire BCF to deal with Uri. Let's assume that they really only have 450 MCF to deal with Uri. That means that they've got to go out and buy basically 180,000 MCF off of the spot market to cover. And so, whereas before they would have bought with Keystone, they only bought the 85,000 approximately, or 82,000 MCF with Keystone. But now they'd have to cover basically 180,000 MCF with the LNG. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, just 1 second. Yeah, under this scenario, I can see what you're saying.
Right. And so with your average gas price of $2.50 an hour or $2.50 per MCF, that's a spot market purchase of $45 million. Right?
In this scenario, yes.
And that's assuming the company is hitting their targets going into and coming out of the storm, right?
Yeah, under this scenario, they could certainly have.
So they could easily have ended up hitting their targets. They could have ended up spending not 13 million on the spot market, but 45 million on the spot market under this scenario, right?
I think it involves the other part of their supply portfolio,
But when they had Keystone, they used the other parts of their portfolio to try and mitigate everything they could, right? And they had a lot of losses over there too, right?
Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Yes,
Do I have
sir.
the right to object? This is way past the time, and it's another use by Mr. Dodd of time that he does not have to cross-examine. We've heard all of this in the cross-examine of Mr. Reed. This is just repetitive of all of that stuff, and I don't see the point of this. And he's over time again.
I understand. I was going to ask you, Mr. Dodd, if you have any further questions.
I do have a little bit more, Mr. Hearing
No,
Examiner.
you cannot constantly, I'm lowering my voice, Mr. Dodd. You're constantly abusing the process here, sir.
That is not my intent, sir. And I
understand it's not, I understand it's not your intent. It's still an abuse. I'll nevertheless, I'm going to allow you just a couple more minutes, but I think there's a potentially, and I'm going to ask Mr. Rokoff about this, and let's think about this. No, I'll just wait, but I think there's a flaw in your analysis, sir, that I'm going to potentially pick apart when I have a chance to talk to Mr. Rokoff about what the myopic hypothetical that you just posed. But go ahead with your additional 2 minutes.
Okay. So, Mr. Rokoff, if they go into this scenario, the Storm Uri scenario with their target amount of gas, you agree that it's certainly possible with the LNG facility that they could have ended up facing far greater exposure to the spot market than they actually faced with Keystone, correct?
I guess the issue that I don't understand is where this 500 of, it seems like we're just trying to say what happens if we're using the LNG facility to replace Keystone gas, but you're including 550 of gas from Keystone in the analysis. And
well, Mr. Reed is the one who put that in. He imagines in line 5 that they will replace all of the Keystone gas that they were able to withdraw with LNG gas. And so that's in his analysis, right? That
but your analysis is different. We're talking about a different spot market price, which is completely off the charts here. Aren't we? So you cannot compare it to the forensic analysis in JJR3.
So
can you?
Can I follow up on with
well,
that?
But you're taking a lot of time with the hypothetical here that's run over. I'm starting to get impatient myself here because it confuses the record ultimately. You'll be able to make an argument, and I'm sure I'm very likely may see an argument that may be, may confuse the record. So let's be careful with what you pose to the witness.
And I'm certainly not intending to confuse the record. And I apologize if that's how it's coming across, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Rilkoff, let's assume instead that the company is able to buy that gas at a lower rate. Let's assume a rate of $100 per MCF. That looks like, based on Mr. Reed's chart, in lines 14 through 17, $100 seems to be the lowest amount that they were able to buy gas on the spot market during Uri. Do you see that?
Well, I see 180. Is that?
But then if line 14 under this Wednesday the 17th, $100.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But not 250.
Okay. Okay.
So if we assumed that they got the lowest available spot price that entire week that they ended up buying any gas at, they would have to cover that approximately 180,000 180,000 MCF shortfall at a cost of $18 million, correct?
I guess I just keep coming back to this, the shortfall being having anything to do with Keystone and what they pulled from Keystone.
Well, but wasn't Mr. Reed's idea here to go back and basically replace Keystone gas with LNG and use it also to buy or to avoid buying on the spot market?
Yes, well, I think I'm just confused with the chart then, because if these are net Keystone withdrawals, and you're not using the Keystone facility. Just give me one second, please. You have 180,211 requirement for this facility that you're trying to replace. Okay, that's going into Saturday. And okay, so you're saying the 631 is the total amount that you need to replace, okay?
Exactly.
But it assumes no ability to replenish the tank, doesn't it? You're just thinking of a one-way withdrawal of the tank without the ability to truck in or do liquefaction and to reduce to increase the level of LNG in the tank, aren't you?
I
You're
am, but I
hypothetical.
think
You
I
are.
am, but I think that we did hear testimony.
And elsewhere you criticize the ability to vaporize and go back and forth with more flexibility, don't you?
Well,
Elsewhere in the case,
it takes time to switch between vaporization and liquefaction.
you see that why these hypotheticals can end up confusing the record if we're not careful, and that's my concern here. And we've gone over again. I didn't start the clock right away, and I think we're done. And I think we need lunch, and I think we're going to come back with after that with further cross-examination of Mr. Rilkoff. We still have 45 minutes with Ms. Lynch, and so maybe you can confer with Ms. Lynch, since there has been some teaming up in this case, to see if you can pursue this potential lines of cross-examination along these lines. And
Yes,
we need to be
Mr. Harris.
careful. Well, I said this is a close case. Partly it's because the subject matter is so complex, and you just underscored the complexity in this cross-examination. So thank you very much, Mr. Dodd, for your cross-examination. We're going to take an hour break and be back around 1:10 p.m. Thank you, sir.
May I inquire briefly if WRA has any time remaining? I just don't know.
WRA has, Ms. Beatles has 30 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
So we still have quite a bit of cross-examination after the lunch break. But let's all enjoy the lunch break and come back now at around 1:10 p.m. Thank you all. We're in recess.
I think. I mean, it makes sense to me. Oh, wait. No, no.
Hey, David,
Hi, Ed.
what's up? This is public what we're on right now,
I think so.
no? Okay.
So let's just take it down.
Yes, be careful because I can see and hear you both. So,
Yeah.
okay. Just
Thanks,
to warn
Aaron.
you. Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
Hey, Aaron,
Yeah.
you did a great job yesterday.
Oh, man. It was not
Okay,
what I
okay.
expected.
We're public. We're public.
I know.
Okay, adios.
It wasn't what I expected. I'll leave it at that.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I see that we have actually 3 cross-examinations requested with Mr. Rilkoff. Gas company also requested 15 minutes of cross-examination time, but Mr. Dome, if it's okay, I'm going to have you go last.
Thank you.
But up next, before that, we have CCA and then Western Resource Advocates. Ms. Lynch, are you ready to proceed?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, could I raise one issue,
Ms.
please?
Lynch, are you ready to proceed?
Believe that, and I don't mean to interfere in the process here, but
I asked you a question and just
yes,
respond
I
to it.
am. I'm ready.
Because Mr. Dodd interrupted my question to you.
I am ready, sir.
Mr. Dodd, you may now speak.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Before we concluded for the lunch hour, Mr. Hearing Examiner, you asked me if maybe I could speak with CCAE or WRA about whether they might yield some time to me. And I did have an opportunity to speak with Ms. Beatles over the lunch hour, and she stated that WRA is graciously willing to agree to yield the entirety of their time to me, 30 minutes, so that New Energy Economy may complete its examination. And I don't
you completed your examination. You're going to be allowed to have 30 minutes. But if you exceed that 30 minutes, I will cut you off. And if you continue to abuse the process, I'll ask you to leave the hearing. Is that clear?
Absolutely, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
You've abused it every single time that we've had a chance to go through the process. You just keep going as if there's no time limit imposed. There are time limits in this hearing. We are going long in this hearing. I did not reduce anybody's cross-examination time based on the estimates that they made at the beginning of the hearing. But I'm not going to countenance any more flouting of the rules that I clearly set and the parties agreed to at the pre-hearing conference, and not objecting to anything in the pre-hearing orders. Is that clear?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
So, as I understand it, you are taking all of Western Resource Advocates 30 minutes. Is that right?
That is what Ms. Beatles indicated she would be willing to do, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
I just submitted Ms. Beatles. Let's see if she has something to say. Apparently not, but I'll take you at your word that Ms. Beatles has graciously offered her 30 minutes to you, and I will start the clock as you begin the remainder of your cross-examination of Mr. Rilkoff now.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Mr. Rilkoff.
Good afternoon.
So I just wanted to go back to what we were discussing prior to the lunch hour with regards to this scenario set forth in JJR3, okay?
Okay.
And did you by any chance have some time over the lunch hour to look a little deeper at JJR3 at all?
I did, and in fact, I thought I understood the table, but I realized, in fact, that I do not, and since it's not my table, I would probably need to confer with the preparer of the table, or I would need more time to get more information and answer your questions properly.
Okay, and so you would agree that you relied on this table in developing your direct your direct testimony in this case, correct?
Well, I used the example of the 33 million in my testimony, but at the same time, I provided you that sort of rough calculations, which shows that you can look at a number that Mr. Gold came up with, as well as the number that Mr. Reed created, and a whole myriad in between and above, depending on, it comes down to those two key factors is, how much gas are you replacing and what is the cost of that gas?
Okay. And yeah, I wanted to dig into that a little bit more, okay?
Sure.
Because I just want to make sure that we're being fair about the numbers that we use in my scenario, okay?
Sure.
Okay. So, if the LNG facility was only available to basically put in 450,000 MCF of gas.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you're getting back to the JGR table, I would need to get some more explanations of, I don't know, it seems like there might be some conflating of Keystone gas with the LNG, and it confuses me. So,
Mr. Relkoff, conflating by whom?
well, in terms of the table and having net Keystone withdrawals, I would like to have that defined by the preparer of the table, for example. And I would like to know if, what some of the numbers mean in this table, since I did not create it. So.
And so are you saying that you're uncomfortable answering my questions regarding the table? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Give me just one moment, please. So are you saying you're not sure what it means where it says net Keystone withdrawals on line 5?
Yeah, that's one of the examples that I have. Yes.
Now, you've been observing all of the proceedings in this case, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall the Attorney General had some tables that they had used about the amount of gas that had been pulled out of Keystone during Winter Storm Uri? Do you recall those tables?
Vaguely.
Okay. And give me just a moment. I'm trying to pull those up now, okay?
Okay.
Sorry, just one more moment, please. I can't seem to find that exhibit, but you remember there was one table that laid out the total amount of withdrawals from Keystone during Winter Storm Uri?
Is somebody?
That's Mr. Elliott. We're getting feedback.
Mr. Elliott? Could you please?
Sorry.
Could you help us for a second?
Yes.
Mr. Todd's looking for an exhibit, which I believe is a response to an AG
I'm looking
discovery
for
request.
it. I'm looking for it, Mr. Hearing
Thank you.
Examiner.
Thank you, sir. I'm looking for it too, but I remember Bullard was Mr.
Yes,
Bullard was the respondent or the verifier.
I think that NMEG 6, if I may.
It is 6. Thank you. Well, that's the statewide
that's daily
maximum
demand.
daily
that's
demand.
daily.
Wasn't there
Is that-
also an exhibit that had the daily withdrawals from nominations and withdrawals from Keystone? I thought there was, but
I think it might be CCAE.
I'm finding New Mexico Attorney General Exhibit 2, the direct testimony of Mr. John Rosenkrantz, page 10, table 2. Keystone storage nominations and receipts during Winter Storm Uri.
thank you very much, Mr. Black.
You're welcome.
I will also point you to NMAG Exhibit 12, which is the company's response to AG 3-4. That's capacity released and associated revenue supplied below. Anyway, I believe you found what you're looking for.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody, for helping us with this.
And so, Mr. Rilkoff, do you see that table on within Mr. Rosenkrantz's testimony on page 10?
It's the NMAG Exhibit 2.
Yes, I see it.
Okay. And if you compare the figures on there with the figures on the JJR3, those are the same figures, aren't they?
I'm not seeing it.
Where the 45606?
Yeah, I don't see the 45606 or the 501057 total.
Or the 176264. Quantity received. Quantity received 122,104. It's not on that page, Mr. Dodd. $54,160. 160.
Sorry, if I could have just one more moment. I'm just comparing here side by side.
The citation in Mr. Rosenkrantz's testimony there, footnote 12, is to the formal response to the joint questions, which is an exhibit in this case, I believe. I'm not sure whose it is, but I know it's in here somewhere.
Sure. No, I agree that it is somewhere. So, Mr. Rilkoff, does it concern you that JJR3 doesn't seem to set forth the same numbers as is contained elsewhere within the record?
We have no idea knowing whose fault that is, Mr. Dodd.
I agree. No, I agree. I agree.
It is an issue.
All right. So what I'd like to do now is I'd like to talk through, even with these figures in this other chart, of the, I think, 501 thousand. If in my scenario, the gas company went into the winter storm Uri with only 450,000 MCF of gas to use, they wouldn't have had as much gas to use from LNG as they were able to use from Keystone. Is that right, Mr. Rokoff?
If your 450 is getting compared what to the 501?
Correct.
Yeah, but it appears that there would be a shortage of 50.
Okay. And so what that means is that not only would the company have had to go onto the spot market to buy the 82,039 MCF that they bought when they had Keystone, but they'd also have to get that delta of approximately 50,000 MCF off the spot market as well, right?
Now, where's the 82,000 again? Please remind me.
If you sum up the total figures on lines 1 through 4 for all the different intraday purchases, would you accept subject to check that 55,253 plus 9,486 plus 15,000 plus 2,300 equals that 82,039 MCF?
Okay, and 87,000. Okay.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, subject to check, yes.
Okay. And so they spent ultimately to buy that 82,039 MCF, they ended up spending $15,198,712. That's the total on line 21, correct?
That is just for the four numbers that I just said. I'm okay with subject to check.
Okay.
Okay.
And so you would agree that if they only had 450,000 MCF in the LNG tank to deal with Winter Storm Uri, not only would they incur that approximately $15 million expense on the spot market, but they'd also have to go on the spot market to buy the additional gas between what they have in LNG and what they were able to draw out of Keystone, right?
Yeah, well, based on the 450 assumption. So
Sure.
if that assumption, I guess, was 500, then there wouldn't be any purchases required, right?
Approximately.
Okay,
Yeah.
and
And it just depends, right?
Yeah, so if it was higher, it would actually reduce the Keystone or portion as well.
Right. But if it was lower, it could result in them actually losing money compared to what had happened with Keystone, like more money than what had happened with Keystone, correct?
Yes, and then if it was higher, they would have saved more as well.
Well, they couldn't save more than what's set forth in JJR3, correct? That's the most, like the rosiest picture that could possibly be painted, correct? Because they started with a completely full LNG tank in JJR3, right?
See, that's where I get confused with when you say that if the tank is full when they started, what does the 450,000 have to do with it?
Well, because I'm asking us to to look at what the gas company is saying they're targeting to go into February with and what they're targeting to leave February with, right? And so that with that testimony from Mr. Bullard establishes that 450 number, the delta between 650 and 200. Does that make sense?
I guess so, but it seems like if you start with the BCF or if you start with 900,000 at the beginning of the season, they would be able to re-inject at any point up until Storm Uri. So I don't know if that's the rosiest scenario or just that seems to be a plausible scenario.
Okay. But you don't dispute Mr. Bullard's testimony that they're targeting entering the February month of the heating season with 625 to 650 MCF at a minimum, right?
No, not if that's how he testified to.
Okay. And you're not disputing that he testified that they need to leave February and enter March with at least 200,000 MCF to make it through the rest of the heating season, right?
Yes, I think we already covered that.
Okay. Okay. And so, you know, under that scenario, if they hit just those targets, right, they would just have 450 potentially to deal with Winter Storm Uri, correct?
Yeah, everything hinges on that 450. Yeah.
Okay. And so I also want to ask you that if the company wanted to switch from liquefaction mode or switch from vaporization into liquefaction mode during Winter Storm Uri, like say they had a day where they're like, oh, like let's put a little more gas in the tank because we don't like how low it's getting during Winter Storm Uri. Would you agree that they would have to buy that gas from somewhere?
And that's more of a gas company question. I don't know what they if they needed 10,000, what resources they would have to fill that.
Okay. Now, you would agree that if the LNG facility could end up causing the gas company to be more exposed to high prices on the spot market during winter storms than Keystone, that would be concerning to you, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So now I want to talk about force majeure. Okay, we can move away from JJR3 at this point. Okay.
Okay.
You heard Mr. Bullard's testimony that despite Kinder Morgan's frequent declarations of force majeure, that the gas company has in fact received, I think he said 99% of its nominated gas.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, I think we can agree that the force majeures at Keystone can be difficult on the gas company and that they can cause some difficulties for the gas company's gas management systems, right?
Yes, and I think Mr. Bullard also said that nomination cuts do effectively the same thing.
Yeah. And so we can agree that the gas company needs to have backup plans and insurance, you know, against those force majeure situations at Keystone, right?
When you say insurance, are you talking financial insurance?
I'm just conceptual insurance, something to protect against from happening.
Okay, because conceptually, there's a big distinction between getting paid money and having natural gas for your customers. So if you need insurance by getting alternative gas supplies, that's very different.
Okay. Now you would agree that Winter Storm Uri did not involve reliability concerns, correct?
I'm trying to remember if that was the testimony of Mr. Bullard.
And I think there was prior testimony as to that in the, what was it, the Fresh Look case, I think. Do you recall that? That there was testimony that there were not reliability concerns during Winter Storm Uri.
Well, the Fresh Look was years before.
Oh, I may be mistaken then. I'm not as well versed in the record as you are, for sure. But you have heard that, right? That there weren't reliability concerns with Uri, that this was a pricing event alone.
I think that's a better question for the gas company.
Okay. You would agree that the gas company should evaluate all options and ensure that it chooses an option to deal with these force majeure events that provides the best balance from both a cost and a gas price mitigation perspective, right?
It's cost and mitigation, and it's reliability as well. It's getting the physical gas is an important component.
Okay, but it's important that whatever solution is come up with needs to, in reality, mitigate against high gas prices during winter storms, right?
Yeah, well, if I'm not mistaken, I think I've heard Mr. Bullard says like reliability is primary, and certainly the cost is important too. And it comes back to making sure that the customers have gas for heating, and that's why so much money was spent in replacement supplies during Storm Uri to make sure that happened. So that was the primary objective in Storm Uri, was to have the physical gas.
But you would agree that we need a system that can also mitigate against high gas prices, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we wouldn't want a system that could actually result in more vulnerability to high gas prices on the spot market, right?
No, you wouldn't want that, no.
Okay. All right. Now, moving to another topic, I want to talk about one other piece of your testimony, and that is in your direct testimony, page 11, lines 11 through 19.
Yes.
In this section, you talk about a hedging incident, correct?
Correct.
And where ultimately hedging contracts had saved customers of the gas company $105 million in gas costs.
Yes.
And so I take that testimony to mean that you agree that hedging can be a very effective way to ensure against skyrocketing gas prices. Is that right?
Yes, definitely. Yes.
And prior to deciding to construct an expensive LNG facility, would you expect the gas company to fully explore hedging strategies to see if there's a way to ensure against high gas prices in a cost-effective manner?
Yeah, but just to be clear, this example is actually for baseload gas supplies, and it's not for swing gas. And I believe Mr. Bullard explained that the cost of hedging swing gas is virtually prohibitive. It could be $100 million or more in a storm like Uri.
Sure, but you also heard during his testimony that that information was based on a single phone call to one of his suppliers of gas. Is that right?
I thought there was more than one, but I could be mistaken.
I think there was one initial call and one follow-up call. Does that sound accurate?
Um, for some reason, I thought there was like up to 3 or something. I could be wrong. I would have to check.
Okay. And so I guess I'll just, ask, like, wouldn't you expect the gas company to fully explore hedging strategies by contacting sort of, maybe an investment bank or something like that to get a proposal put together?
Well, I know one of the documents that was provided in this testimony showed what the gas company paid for the last, I think it might have been 10 or more years, but it showed their cost of their hedging strategy, and it showed the results, which this was the result that they hadn't really used the hedging strategy before. Options could expire worthless, but in this case, it saved $105 million. So I believe that they are very active in hedging markets, and I would have to get more information on the one call, but it seems like this is a key part of their winter supply plan, and they would be active, very active in it. So,
but you would agree that in the record that we have, the only evidence as to investigating hedging for use to address swing gas needs are those calls to ConocoPhillips, correct?
Objection. Misstates the testimony of Mr. Bullard.
Faint.
All right, I want to move to one last point. In your direct testimony, you spoke about the Texas governor ordering during Storm Uri that gas being sold be made available for sale to Texas power companies before leaving the state, correct?
yes.
You are aware that this order from the Texas governor did not impact the gas company's gas at Keystone because it wasn't for sale, correct?
I never thought of that. My understanding was that order was given so late that it had no effect on Storm Uri.
Okay. Would you accept, subject to check, that the gas company provided a response to one of CCAE's interrogatories? It's CCAE Exhibit 3 at PDF pages 3 to 4, the response to interrogatory number 16, where the company says that the gas at Keystone was not impacted because it wasn't being offered for sale. Would you accept that?
Yes, if that's what the testimony says, it's not my testimony, but.
Okay. And that also the gas company stated that they were not aware of any gas that they were buying in Texas during Winter Storm Uri being impacted or delayed due to the governor's order, right?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
That's all the questions I have, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dodd. Ms. Lynch?
Yes, hearing examiner.
Do you have cross-examination?
Yes, I do. I think I
45
reserved.
minutes.
Yeah. And
Are you ready?
it may go that long. Yes, I
Okay.
am.
Are you ready to start? Okay, please do.
Yep. Okay. Hello, Mr. Rilkoff.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
We're going to be referring to your direct testimony, and we might refer to CCAE Exhibit 5. Can you let me know when you have those in front of you?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. In your direct testimony at page 5, footnote 3, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. You note for the period from August 1st, 2022 to September 3rd, 2023, New Mexico Gas Company received $3.2 million from its sublease for the use of storage in Keystone. 70% of the sublease revenue is returned to customers through the PGAC. Do you remember including that in your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. For the period August 2023 through September 30th, 2023, the company received 3.2 million. Do you know, does this number represent the amount the company received before or after revenue returns to customers?
My understanding is before, but that would be subject to checking with the gas company or
Okay.
looking at the PGAC.
Okay. Do you know if the currently proposed LNG facility will provide for subleases at the same amounts as at Keystone?
My understanding is the proposed LNG facility would not provide any subleases.
Okay.
At least I haven't seen it in the application or in the testimony.
And you were present for all the testimony?
Yes.
Okay. How much overall energy is used to store the natural gas at the LNG facility? Meaning, what is the energy input for each phase of the process, liquefaction, storage, and vaporization? Do you know?
I don't.
Did you or staff consider or evaluate this information in any analysis that staff did of the proposed facility?
No, and I should note that one thing I learned from the testimony in this hearing is that initially my understanding was that there would be no natural gas used in the liquefaction portion of the operations. And I think it was Mr. Barkley in his testimony said that there would be some amount of gas used to preheat the LNG, I think he said from minus 260 to 170 degrees. So prior to this hearing, I was not aware that there was going to be any gas used for the operations, but I can see by the size of the electricity O&M that there is a lot of electricity used, but I didn't know about the gas.
And electricity is still an energy input, even though it's not natural gas, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with total return on energy investment?
I'm somewhat familiar with it.
Okay. Do you know what the total return on energy investment is for LNG?
I do not.
Okay. So would you be able to, just based upon your understanding of natural gas and liquefied natural gas, do you know if the total return on energy investment for natural gas is higher or lower than the total return on energy investment of LNG?
No, I do not.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Rilkoff, in your opinion, is it in the public interest to reduce carbon emissions, overall carbon emissions?
Yes.
Okay. In order to do this, an accurate analysis of emissions of facilities must exist, correct?
Are you talking about this particular case, or are you saying in general?
Just in general, for us to generally cut carbon emissions, we must know what, for example, the emissions are that a facility emits in order to make those cuts. Would you agree?
Yes, but when I look at this specific LNG facility, the facility is a storage facility. And I see that more applying when you're looking like at a gas-fired power plant, when you're actually using huge quantities of natural gas to generate electricity, and there's more carbon generated there. I didn't think it was as as important here, just because this facility is replacing the Keystone facility. So it's a replacement. So what you could go and do a study, a total study on carbon emissions for the facility, and then you can go and do one for Keystone and subtract one from the other. Or you could, what I did is I just looked at the two and I saw, and like I told you before, I didn't know that there was some gas being used for vaporization here, but at the same time, Keystone uses gas for 4 gas compressor units to compress and withdraw the gas from that facility. So I made the assumption that there wasn't a great difference in carbon from the two projects.
But the actual emissions or a comparison of the emissions of the two facilities does not exist, correct?
I am not aware of them.
Okay, thank you. Would you agree, and this is based upon information that was drawn from your testimony, that Storm Uri occurred on a long weekend during a rare weather event and at a time when gas prices were high?
I would have to check on the third comment in terms of when gas prices were high. I don't think that the prices were reflected the storm event before it occurred.
Okay, so subject to check, and I believe we can look to Mr. Aaron Gould's testimony for some of the changes, the gas change prices, and the gas prices around that time period. Would you agree that gas prices were high at that period during that time?
I think after the storm, and I don't know about before the storm, comparative to previous periods in prior years.
Okay, you were present for Mr. Gould's testimony?
Yes.
Okay. What is the probability that all 3 of these events, a long weekend,
Yeah,
a rare weather event?
Ms. Lynch, so that we're on the same page.
Yes.
Mr. Rokoff, could you please look at, do you have Mr. Gould's testimony? It's WRA Exhibit 1 with corrections.
I'm there.
Look at page 26, table 5, please. Pause. Do you see the table?
Yes, I do.
You see the price according to that table, the day ahead swing gas, the average price on the
Yes.
12th was $10.31 in MMBTU.
Yes,
And then on the 13th, it increased significantly to $88.73 per MMBTU.
right. And I think Ms. Lynch's question was, were gas prices high before the storm? And I would have to look at the 11th and the days before that as well.
Fair enough, but on the 12th, we know it was 1031, right?
Right, and
At least according to that response.
and that could have been the first signs of Storm Uri starting in terms of
It could have
market getting information.
Right, so it could have been lower than that on the 11th, right?
Correct, yes.
And the 10th.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for that response. I'll resume the clock, Ms. Lynch.
Okay, the price of gas can be high or low, independent of weather, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What is the probability that all three events, a long weekend, a rare weather event, and high gas prices, would converge again?
I don't know.
Do you think that's high or low?
Certainly that when you add more variables, it becomes lower. I'm not sure if I don't know if we had high gas prices. So if there were those two events, but
The
yes.
weather is only one factor affecting gas prices, correct?
Yeah, well, it's the major event that affects gas prices. The other events are like maybe a pipeline problem or something like that, or could be supply issues.
Like we saw a spike in gas prices when Russia attacked Ukraine, correct?
I did not pick up on that if it in fact happened, but certainly.
You weren't paying more for gas?
Well, are you talking gasoline or natural gas?
Right now I'm talking about natural gas.
It certainly caused that problem in Europe, you would agree, Mr. Elkoff, during the shortages.
Certainly. No, I can see how.
In Europe.
Yeah, so and it could have an effect offshore as well.
And what was the response from the United States? Was to build more LNG terminals, right?
That's correct.
To ship LNG to Europe.
Yes.
Can you please turn to page 21 of your direct testimony?
Yes. There.
Okay. You conclude extreme weather events are becoming more common in both the summer and winter. This means that gas price volatility is expected to increase in the future. The LNG facility is expected to reduce curtailments and mitigate gas prices over its 30-year project life. Do you remember writing that?
I do.
Climate change increases the probability that more extreme weather events will become more common, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Is it statistically more likely that a particular location will experience repeated extreme weather events? Do you know?
I do not.
Okay. So the reverse of that statement is it would mean that it is almost or a conclusion would be it is almost impossible to say that a specific location will repeatedly experience extreme weather events, correct?
I think that would Yeah, I'm not an expert in weather, but I can see that, we do have different weather patterns that continually come up. So it may be possible that specific areas could get the same type of or influenced by the same type of weather patterns. But I'm not, again, I'm not an expert on the weather side.
Okay. But just because more extreme weather events may occur as a result of climate change, that doesn't necessarily mean that a specific location or locations will repeatedly experience the same extreme weather. Correct?
I'm not really sure, because more extreme events could just mean all places get more extreme events.
Okay. You state that this LNG facility will not increase GHG emissions compared to Keystone. Have you been listening to the witnesses testify here that the company is unable to provide a comprehensive analysis of greenhouse gas emissions resulting from the use of the liquefied natural gas facility?
I did not hear that, but if in fact it's in the testimony, then I would accept that.
Okay. Please turn to lines 13 through 17 at page 21 of your direct testimony.
Yes, I'm there.
You state, in part, there are no programs in the state to incentivize residential natural gas customers to switch to higher cost electricity. Are you aware of the finding in Ms. Velez's testimony that switching from a gas furnace plus central AC to a heat pump in Albuquerque would actually reduce annual heating costs?
I wasn't aware of that, but I'm not sure if that changes that statement.
There are no. We can agree to disagree there, or maybe, and I'll just continue some of my questions related to the incentives provided. Did you conduct any analysis to determine that operating an electric heat pump in New Mexico would be higher cost than operating a gas furnace?
I did not.
Okay.
But you were talking just operations, correct, and not capital cost as well.
Right now, I'm just talking about the operating costs. Okay. Yeah. On page 16 of your direct testimony, could you please turn to page 16?
Okay.
You state, electrification does not mean that fossil fuel use will be eliminated because some electricity is sourced from fossil fuels. Are you aware of New Mexico's Renewable Energy Act?
Yes, I am.
Do you agree that the Renewable Energy Act requires IOUs to achieve electric IOUs to achieve a zero carbon renewable portfolio standard by 2045?
Yes, I do. Or I am, sorry.
Okay. Do you agree that the LNG facility being proposed here will likely be depreciated on an approximately 30-year timeline, meaning gas customers would be expected to pay for the facility until at least 2045?
Yes, subject to early discussion on depreciation rates, but yes.
Okay. Do you agree that New Mexico's 100% renewable portfolio standard date of 2045 falls prior to the date that the LNG facility will likely be depreciated?
Well, I just did the math and that appears to be correct, but the LNG facility, well, is the RPS is not applicable to the LNG project, but yes.
Right. But it is applicable to your statement on page 16 that electrification does not mean that fossil fuel use will be eliminated because some electricity is sourced from fossil fuels.
Yes.
The goal, the RPS, relates to that electricity and its sourcing, correct?
Yes, and the
Okay.
idea, perhaps I could clarify that statement by just saying that the goal is to eliminate fossil fuel use in the RPS. And until you have, 100% renewables in the resource mix, you will still have some fuel attributed to it.
But it's continuously falling as the
Exactly. Yes, that is the goal of
RPS
the
standards ramp up.
ETA. Yes.
Okay. Do you also agree that New Mexico's governor signed the U.S. Climate Alliance pledge, including deploying 20 million electric heat pumps across
the U.S. Climate
Alliance pledge, including deploying 20 million electric heat pumps across New Mexico by 2030 and supporting the development and adoption of advanced energy efficient building codes that maximize opportunities for efficient electrification?
I wasn't aware of that. Is this applicable to commercial buildings versus residential customers?
It's applicable to both. And she signed the U.S. Climate Alliance pledge at the time that she issued the executive order. Do you agree that in the order to meet this pledge, residential gas use in New Mexico will necessarily decline?
That's difficult to answer without doing some analysis.
Okay. Subject to go ahead.
No, I'm just it's possible that this could be done on the commercial side of the industry, but it would take some work to analyze this.
Okay. Subject to check, would you agree that New Mexico's sustainable building tax credit provides up to $2,000 for heat pump installations?
Well, yeah, if that's in the code again, is that and is that commercial or residential building?
For residential.
Okay.
Do you know if those credits can be used to replace a central AC system with a bidirectional heat pump?
I do not, or I think those credits may be administered by the MNERD agency. So I am
I'm
not.
sorry, sir. The what agency?
MNERD, EMNRD. I'm sorry.
Okay. Are you aware that the Inflation Reduction Act provides tax credits and rebates to New Mexico and tribal governments that will promote building electrification?
I'm not familiar with those
the IRA tax credits. Okay. Will building electrification resulting from the incentives likely reduce gas throughput and customer count growth across New Mexico, including in the New Mexico Gas Company's service territory?
If the incentives works, then it will, yes.
Okay. Do you know, or are you aware that building electrification is the key strategy identified by climate change experts to reduce carbon emissions from residential and commercial buildings?
I thought it was mostly commercial, but I'm learning something if it's residential as well.
Okay. A hearing examiner and Mr. Wilcox, that concludes the questions I have for Mr. Wilcox.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch.
You're welcome.
I think Mr. Dome is up next. He has 15 minutes. Is that correct, Mr. Dome?
That is correct, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay.
And I'm going to be very mindful of the limitation on friendly cross. So I'm sure you'll advise me if I cross that line. But I just want to point out a few things, and I really think I'm just going to try to, in light of the extensive discussion about the hypothetical that Mr. Dodd put forward, I'd like to make it my questions pretty much focusing on that.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Rilkoff, could you please turn to, do you have John Reed's testimony in front of you? You may not. John Reed's direct testimony.
Okay. Yes.
Page 76.
Okay.
Starting at lines 12 through 15. And I will, you can see that is where he's talking about JJR 3. And he has introduced it at that point in time. And he says there that I offer these calculations as a demonstration of the possibilities presented by having the LNG facility in service under extraordinary supply disruptions and extreme price spikes, not a standard of performance against which NMGC's activities should be benchmarked. Is that correct?
Yes, I agree with that.
Mr. Rilkoff, do you have Mr. Bullard's testimony in front of you? And I'm talking about his direct testimony.
Okay. Yes, I do.
And I'm looking at page 63. And this is in line with, as a follow-up to Mr. Dodd's repeated statements that Mr. Bullard talked about the target going into February, the target coming out of February, from which he deduced the decision, the opinion that would allow 450,000 if those targets were met. Did you read this testimony as you prepared your testimony?
I did read this testimony. Am I on the right page though? You're saying it's page
63.
Okay.
Where he begins to walk us through the question.
Yes, a typical year. Yes. Yeah, I did read that testimony.
And what he said, that first paragraph, he says, given the multiple variables the company faces in a typical, quotes around typical year, not all of which can be anticipated, answering this question, and that is how you would operate this facility, entails making reasonable assumptions. Gas supply and planning requires reacting to multiple inputs and variables on any given day and deciding how to choose among the supply options available to the company. This is a skill developed over many years and so forth. He then goes on to say, talks about giving real-time information to the operators and so forth. But then he goes on and talks about these targets. And I want to look at this in light of what he really meant when he was saying that. He says in that first paragraph, to begin with, in a typical year, the company would have, so he's using the words would have, between 925,000 MCFs of gas. That's in November. And then he goes on and starts talking about targets. And like, for instance, on line 13, he talks about in the first part of December. And on line 18, he says, does he not say the company will attempt to have?
Mm-hmm.
On page 65, on line 5, he's talking about January. He says the company anticipates. Not that it will have, but he anticipates, correct?
Yes.
And on line 13, he talks about February. And he says in February.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I believe I need to lodge an objection at this point. First of all, I mean, counsel is really testifying by just reading Reed's testimony into the record. And I don't know how this can be anything but friendly, which is prohibited by your procedural order. And I feel like I need to lodge that at this point.
Mr. Dame, how should I handle this?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I understand her objection, and I think we'll introduce this in our briefing. So I'm willing to stop my examination at this point in time, and I think we'll handle it on cross. I didn't know that once the objections interposed, we'll handle it on our briefing.
Fair enough. Thank you, sir. I'll take up where you left off, though, at page 76 of Mr. Reed's testimony, because that's where, and you're not going to object to my examination, Ms. Beatles, are you? Even though it picks up, at the same point where he started, because that's exactly where I was going as well. But my purpose is a little different, because it goes back to Mr. Relkoff now directing my question to you, where on page 10.
Excuse me, Mr. Hearing Examiner, are you in the direct testimony of Mr. Reed or the rebuttal?
I'm in the redirect, but I'm also in your direct on page 10. I'm referring now to your direct testimony.
Okay, thank you.
As amended, page 10, where you start on line 6, stating that NMGC estimated that having the LNG facility could have saved $33 million of the $107 million in purchased gas costs during Storm Uri. What is that $33 million composed of? And is that, secondly, is that figure still a viable figure?
Yes, the 33 million consists of intraday purchases, savings from intraday purchases, and day-ahead purchases of natural gas by the gas company having the LNG facility. And the 33 million goes back to the JJR3 exhibit, and it is one component of that exhibit, which is a hypothetical. So when you say, is it still valid? we're really dealing with probabilities. And earlier I said it's how much gas do you need to replace and what is the price of that gas? And going back in time to a specific event like this, it's extremely difficult to, as we found, just how much time we've spent on this table, but it's really difficult. And that's why I created that sort of big picture view that if you have a million MCF in that tank, you can determine whether, you know, what the gas price is. If it's $100, that would be $100 million worth of gas during Storm Uri at that time. And if you were able to displace 5% of it, that would be $5 million of savings that you would get. So in terms of trying to come up with what is the most reasonable number, there are just too many variables in trying to say that. But I think it is highly likely that you will experience savings from not having to replace gas that is curtailed or nominations being cut.
So with that in mind, could you please pull up JJR-3, that exhibit that Mr. Dodd and others have, or at least Mr. Dodd pointed you to. I'd like to go back there and just have you show the commission where, you know, roughly, I understand and I'm sympathetic to your points about the complexities here. But so based on JJR3, what are the components of the $33 million that you estimate?
I'm trying to work off a paper sheet here. What exhibit is that? I have to.
It's Reed's
direct
testimony, direct exhibit NMGC3, and it's his exhibit as amended.
Yes,
it's in Dropbox, and then it's that Excel. It's the printout of the Excel spreadsheet JJ-3.
Mm-hmm.
And in the middle, it should say errata at the top in the footer.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm not finding it in the direct.
Excuse me, Mr. Rokoff, I just emailed it to you.
Thank you, Mr. Black. I'm sorry for that delay.
That's okay.
Okay, and now we're looking for the. $14.6. And
So it looks like it has, if that JJ dash 3 as amended has three components.
yes, and
Of savings, I should say, three components of savings. The first one is that replacement of intraday purchases. That's the one we focus mostly on. And that results in the $13.8 million of estimated savings through replacement gas on line 24 under the column total.
and I'm just looking for the 14.6 million.
That was stricken, that was revised by in the errata. If you look, if you see there.
Okay, then it would just be the 13.8 million rather than the 33 million.
So is there another component of potential savings though? That's what I was wondering, because we've pretty much settled under this hypothetical at least on that figure being 13.8 million. Whatever weight it's given, we don't know yet. And that's partly what I'm trying to ascertain too.
Okay, and well, I'm looking for the day ahead purchases, then we're 18.6, and I'm trying to find that on this spreadsheet.
That's line 35. That's actually proactive use of LNG. That's not day ahead. Resale. So that's proactively using LNG. So would you take the 13.8 and add the 18.6 in that second? That puts you right at around 32.4.
Yes.
So that's probably where you came up with the 33, right?
Correct, yes.
And you didn't include that next allowance for resale of day ahead purchases, which is that component is another 10 million or 10.7 million.
Right.
Do you recall why you left that third component out? I took that to mean, frankly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, my assumption is that gas company has not provided a plan for resale of that gas at this point.
That is right. That is why I left it out.
Okay, great. Were you, I know you're really busy, as am I, trying to, keep the agency going. And by the way, you're doing a great job of it.
Please, thank you.
Thank you. But were you, we had those, at the end of your testimony, you have a series of very helpful additional recommendations. And I had a long discussion with Mr. Bullard about your recommendations. Do you recall that? Were you around for that?
Yes, I was.
Do you think he satisfactorily addressed your conditions after my discussion? For instance, the depreciation study being one that he had left out, and there was another one he said was an omission.
Yes, that was my
I don't know if you were,
one was omitted, but
I think he agreed to that condition as well, didn't he?
correct. And there was another item that I wanted to add to this, which was the the $4.7 million cap on O&M, which was
Yeah,
my number two, which is well, actually, it's I don't know what number it is.
frankly, I can't remember. I know I asked him about it, but I can't remember his response. We'll have to go back and check. It's actually, we have the transcript now. But in fact, that's the benefit of having the expedited transcript, one of many benefits.
Okay. I think
So
the
let me,
issue here, I'm sorry.
no, you go ahead.
The issue was that we had 4.7 million was the number for the O&M cap, but the reason it increased from what I had earlier of 3.5 million in large part was due to the electricity costs that were calculated by PNM. The gas company initially had some lower numbers, and they updated it to 4.7, updated those assumptions to get to the 4.7, but and that was in October, and we've just had the rate case and the new rates. I think PNM filed its compliance filing yesterday. So I would just like to ask Mr. Bullard if it's acceptable to adjust that 4.7 million to the new rates that we're getting with PNM.
Well, trying to think of how we can do that. Let's make that a bench request 5.
I think that would be number 6, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Oh, 6. That's how we have to go over those. Yes, bench request 6 then. And could you state for the record what the commission is seeking there?
Okay. Yes. What we would like to do is adjust the $4.7 million annual operating cost cap.
Which is only for the first year.
Correct. Yes, for the first year, and adjust it for the new, it includes electricity costs. So we would like to incorporate PNM's new electricity rates in that calculation.
Okay. So be it. That's bench request 6.
Yes, I've got that, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay.
And I have gone through the remaining items, and they all looked good. I think there was the addition that you spelled out at staff asked for a depreciation study. So yes, those are all in order then.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir. That concludes my questioning of Mr. Rilkov. Mr. Black, do you have any redirect?
Thank you. Mr. Rilkov, do you remember Ms. Lynch's questions about from Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy, her questions about heat pump?
Yes, I do.
Do you have an opinion on that?
I do not have a lot of knowledge about heat pumps. And I'm not. I think in my testimony I mentioned that they're still quite expensive, but they're a promising technology.
Do you think a different case, like an energy efficiency case, might be better to ask that question?
Perhaps, yeah.
Okay.
But
sorry, I don't want to go too far out of the guideline, away from the question. So thank you.
Oh, is that it, Mr. Black?
Yeah, yes. I have no more redirect.
Okay. I'll give one last opportunity very quickly for brief recross if there is any. Mr. Dodd?
I don't have any recross, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I forgot at the end of my cross to move for the admission of New Energy Economy Exhibit 9. And I'd ask that we move that in now.
Any objection, Mr. Dome? Or anybody else? Hearing none. NEE, correct? NEE Exhibit 9 is admitted.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Dodd. Thank you, sir. So we've concluded now the evidentiary phase of the hearing, apparently. And I applaud the parties for their vigorous and informative exploration of the evidence in this case. I'd like to move to addressing post-hearing issues, but I think we need a 5-minute break before we do that, if that's all right with the parties. So actually, let's take 10 minutes. 10 minutes, and we will then conclude the hearing with the addressing the bench requests and the briefing schedule for the case. All right, thank you all. 10-minute. We're in recess for 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Judge, for purposes of briefing, the transcript should be, since Monday's a holiday, everything should be available Tuesday morning.
Terrific. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
You bet.
Mr. Lee, I couldn't quite hear what you said. I apologize for. If you
The
could just repeat.
transcripts should all be available Tuesday morning since Monday's a holiday.
Thank you.
I'd like to have all council participating on screen, please.
I was trying to turn my camera on. I apologize.
That's fine. I just want to.
You want to make
Yes,
sure I'm
great.
here.
Yeah. No, I figured you were, but
And paying attention.
I just like to go ahead and now we are on the record, back on the record. First off, bear with me and my splitting headache. I'm sorry. I'd like to go through first, as I customarily do, the bench requests and first summarize them to make sure that we have everything, because it's been a pretty intense hearing, intense because of complexity and of the subject matter and the information that we've gathered. So Mr. Dome and Mr. Haverly, please, I believe all of the bench requests are directed to the company. Is that correct?
Yes.
So help me with that. The first one is the nominations that were not fulfilled since, I believe, since the company assumed the contract with Kinder Morgan. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that includes the force majeure events.
Yes.
As I think about that bench request, I was hoping that you could put, and around what WRA did in pulling up and sort of giving us information about what force majeure events are material and which ones aren't. If you could put some information around, well, obviously, only the force majeure events that led to cuts are the ones that we're concerned about, right?
Right.
Okay. So are you able to give information about all of the nominations that are not fulfilled, or will, when it's not a force majeure event and it's simply for some other reason a nomination wasn't fulfilled, is it just a figure that you put in for a date, or is there some explanation for why the nomination wasn't fulfilled?
We have a draft that we've prepared, and I saw on that draft that there is a brief summary of the basis for the first request, for the cut. And we do have the force majeures, and we have the amount, the size of the force majeure. So I think we've answered. I think we have information on both those points.
Terrific. Thank you, Mr. Tomei. The second bench request is the projections of demand. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. The third is the list of comparable peak shaving facilities, at least in the United States and Canada.
And we've been able to find the ones in the United States and Canada. There are none in Mexico. We've checked, and there are none in Mexico. So we were able to determine there were none. The list, I think, is 107 plus 5, which would be the ones that are in the process of being built.
And do you have those? Are those in the United States? The 5?
All but I think 7 or 8 of them are in the United States. But we have a breakdown by the United States and by Canada. The vast majority are in the United States.
Great. Okay. And I'd like to have obviously the identification of the owner operator.
Yes,
to the state, those that are owned by a regulated utility versus a FERC regulated entity that's not regulated the way that gas company is. Thank you. The fourth bench request is the one that I may have not been able to capture in my notes. Which one is what is that fourth bench request?
Was that the location of the battery storage, or was that the
I'm sorry, the location of the
battery storage, or was that the transportation customers ones?
The transportation customers probably came first. Yes, that came first.
Okay, then that would be 4, and we have that was prepared.
Yeah, and then the fifth was yesterday afternoon, when I realized that the first off, I realized the location of the Atrisco Solar and BESS battery energy storage facility that's under construction now in that same area, somewhere adjacent to the proposed site of the LNG facility, which is as Paseo del Norte bends and ends, it becomes a Atrisco. Somebody pointed out that the solar site that's adjacent on the map is a P&M solar facility, but I'd like a map that describes the area and includes the location of the Atrisco solar and battery energy storage facility in relation to the proposed site of the LNG facility. That's
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner. So I actually do think that number 4 is the map and number 5 is the list of the customers. But we
That's
have
fine.
you're gonna get you're gonna get both of those. And on the map, we do have they call it the Rio Rancho Solar Farm. That's the one that is right adjacent to our property, and that's identified on that map. And then we have the Atrisco Solar Facility with the battery storage highlighted on the map. So you can see both of those in relation to this facility. And we do show the Atrisco Avenue, Atrisco Vista Avenue that then turns into Paseo del Norte. So you can see that on the map as well. We also have on there the Petroglyphs National Park. So you can put this in the context of that.
Thank you. That's terrific. I really appreciate that.
Can I ask, is there gonna be, does it show also the Double Eagle Airport?
I think it does because I've heard discussions. I've been in a hearing, Marielle, so I don't know all that, but I like this one. But I think that the airport is reflected on there. Yes.
Okay, if it's not, you need to provide 2 maps that give a larger sense of the area. The one that's more granular, and then perhaps if that doesn't fit on there, then one that shows the larger area maybe would be helpful too.
Very well.
That's great. Thank you for that.
And thank you.
So, and then bitch request 6 is the one that Mr. Rilkoff hopefully pointed out about incorporating the new electricity rates that are applicable.
And on that one, Mr. Hearing Examiner, we were chatting about that before we came in. The new rates have not been determined, at least have not been finalized. The tariffs have not been filed for the new rates.
Right.
So we don't have that for you, but we will indicate in that, if you want us to, in that bid request, that we will obviously provide a compliance filing incorporating what those rates are finally set at. And we absolutely agree with the idea that those new rates would be an adjustment, would reflect an adjustment, I guess, to that 4.7 number. We just haven't been able to calculate that because we don't have the rates yet.
PNM made their compliance filing yesterday.
Okay, I did not know that, Sydney. So we're looking for that right now.
Okay, perhaps one of the interveners can help you out with that compliance filing, which was made yesterday, but it's not completely final. We don't know whether, for instance, there's going to be a motion for rehearing or a stay of the new rates if there's an appeal. The unlikely event, even if there is an appeal and the mandate is not stayed, then obviously whatever the new rates are would go into effect. But we'll have to see. But either way, the company's made a good commitment to incorporate whatever those new rates are.
Absolutely.
And I didn't get a chance to thank Mr. Rilkoff as I have the other witnesses. I was rushing to get to break, but I thank you, Mr. Rilkoff, for your testimony in this case. All right, when might we be able to receive the bench requests, Mr. Domingue?
Well, Mr. Examiner, we're thinking we can
responses. Excuse me, responses.
We're thinking we can get them to you today or tomorrow.
Tomorrow, by close of business, would be great.
Right. Thank you.
Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I don't remember any case where we got the company's response after the close of the record.
It has happened many times, Ms. Nanazi, where the record's not what you'll have an opportunity to respond to the bench requests, and that's what I'm setting now. But there have been many, many occasions where after the evidence presented at hearing has been made, that we have post-hearing bench request responses, if that's the question.
I mean, I don't know that New Energy Economy is going to be responding to any of these, but I wanted to know how, in what way, what form are you anticipating those responses, should there be any, be provided?
It could be anything, but I have to allow for the opportunity for responses pursuant to Rule 1.2.2 35K, the additional evidence rule. At any stage of the proceeding, the commission or presiding officer may require the production of further evidence upon any issue. Such evidence may, at the discretion of the commission or presiding officer, be in writing or presented orally. All parties and the staff will be given an opportunity to reply to such evidence submitted and potentially cross-examine the witness under oath. There shouldn't be that requirement here to cross-examine under oath, but I can recall many occasions going back many years where we've had submissions of additional evidence pursuant to 1.2.2 35K, and it was that was renumbered because it used to be, I can't remember what the number was before K. Ms. Lynch?
Thank you. I think I just can't recall if I asked for you to admit CCAE's exhibits. I think I did, but it's a step in this process that I sometimes overlook. So I just want to make sure that those exhibits have been admitted.
It's kind of hard for me right now, since we only have one transcript, to know where we are with that process of admitting your exhibits. Hang on, I gotta take off my headphones for a second.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah, I don't have my I don't know, Ms. Lynch.
I'm wondering if we could address that issue by my suggesting that we move right now to admit exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for CCAE, and you could just possibly admit them. There were no objections at the time that those exhibits were introduced. And I apologize. I just think that might be the most efficient way to handle this issue.
You had the Velez direct, Velez rebuttal. 3 is responses to joint questions. And those are the company's responses. 4th is the first supplemental response to CCAE. First set of interrogatories. And then the 5th
is the first set of interrogatories.
Is there, again, I don't have perfect recollection of this. Is there any objection to these
There,
5
Mr.
exhibits?
There's none from the company, and our records reflect that all 5 were admitted. So I think they're already been admitted, but yeah.
Okay, I appreciate Ms. Lynch's caution. So thank you. But hopefully you're relieved now that you have your evidence in. Thank you, Ms. Lynch. So responses now to any, you could say, for instance, Ms. Nanazi, well, that's not accurate. The map is not accurate, or that, or whatever. I don't know. I'm just speculating on what, but I have to afford you the opportunity to respond. I learned long ago that that's necessary. Obviously, that's necessary per rule, but Mr. Gould pointed it out to me way back in 2000. I don't want to say, it was a long time ago, that there should be an opportunity post-hearing to provide a response and potentially, cross-examine a witness on some issue. So responses to the bench request should be filed no later than, where are we? Tomorrow's the 12th, the 19th, Friday the 19th.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, truly, I think we'll get them in today, but
Okay. Thank you. But no later. And it's not that date of the 19th gives plenty of time to respond to anything that is in the bench request. Now for briefs in chief, this is where, it's really critical that the parties put their best foot forward in briefing. I was thinking of a 50-page limit on the substantive text. And that, is that a reasonable limit? We ran into the problem, frankly, in the last case where we had one extraordinary long brief that the party did not provided, but did not make it so that we could go from the table of contents to the actual text. The table of contents were not marked. And that even in the PDF, I don't know whether that was deliberate or just an oversight. Either way, it was quite annoying. So if you're providing a long brief, please include a table of contents. So I would suggest that, and that you ensure that the table of contents is able to go when one clicks on the TOC, that one can go to that particular section of the brief. But I was thinking of 50 pages. You get particularly how do parties feel about that on briefs in chief?
That's fine for new energy economy.
Gas company?
I think that's fine, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay. If I don't put that limit, we just don't want to see, as we saw in the rate case, a 230-page brief that one can't easily go from one section to the other. So some of you have experience working with that brief, apparently, in this case. And so I was thinking of a deadline of January 29th for briefs in chief. And then the response briefs would be limited to 30 pages. I think that, is there any objection to 30 pages for response briefs? And those,
CCAE has another brief due on January 29th regarding the EPE, TEP. And PNM's TEP brief is due on January 22nd. I'm just asking for, 1 or 2 more weeks. I apologize.
What is the deadline for action in the TEP case? Is it March 16th?
Yes. It's a March deadline. I can't remember if it's the beginning or the end. Are we up against a similar deadline here?
We're up against a hard deadline of March 16th, so I'm not inclined to move that date any further forward, or The only thing I could do is move it forward to the 26th. And in terms of priority for the commission, I know I have the support of the commissioners on this, frankly. So I'm going to stick with the 29th and then response briefs. You do have on some papers listed, Mr. DeSalen listed as co-counsel, Ms. Lynch. I assume he's still working with you?
Correct. I know that January is a particularly challenging month for him because he has briefs due and at least 2 other matters.
It's shaping up to be a particularly challenging month for most of us. And that's
Yes.
after a November and a December and an October and a September, which were particularly challenging for some of us. It's just keeps rolling along. So I don't have I'm sorry, but I have to set that deadline at January 29th and then February 9th for responses, and then the response brief page limitation is 30 pages. Is there anything else to address before any questions? Anything else to address before we conclude the hearing?
The
Mr.
response.
Dodd? No,
yes.
go ahead. Mr. Dome, about response briefs?
The date you said was February 9th?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Dodd?
Thank you,
The
Mr. Herring.
responses?
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to clarify that the initial deadline that you set was by close of business. Is that applicable to all deadlines?
Yes.
Thank you.
I just have to inquire, the February 9th deadline that Mr. Dome was referring to is for responses?
Response briefs, responses to the briefs in chief.
Okay.
And I've placed a 30-page limitation on that particular response brief. And that's response briefs, if any, may be filed on or before February 9, 2024. Is there anything else to address before we conclude the hearing? I'll start with the company. Mr. Dome, Mr. Haverly?
Nothing, Mr. Examiner.
Mr. Elliott, the Attorney General?
Nothing. Thank you very much.
New Energy Economy, Ms. Nanazi or Mr. Dodd?
Nothing.
Ms.
Thank
Lynch
you.
for thank you. CCAE?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Western Resource Advocate, Ms. Beatles?
Nothing from us either, thank you.
Thank you. Staff?
Just thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Very well. With no other matters to address at this juncture of the proceedings, this hearing is concluded. The evidentiary record of the hearing is closed, although additional evidence will be received by the commission, and this matter is taken under advisement. Thank you all very much for your rigorous participation in this proceeding and your patience with me in this case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Have a
Thank you.
thank you.